And you're on.
Well then, I bet you've been all waiting for this. Semi-finals time. I suppose I should actually introduce myself for those of you who don't know who I am. I'm John, otherwise known by some people as the Voice Saundercock. Just got here from work. That's the reason why I'm not actually playing in the pairs this year, but I will be playing in the singles later on this week. But yeah, I was just amped all day for this, just to get through work, come here, do this, and then I get to play pool for the rest of the week. There's nothing better, really. But just looking at the matchups that we've got here, Les Mitchell and Willie Ulesse, that's a blast from the past. That really is. I'm thinking, mid to late 2000s on that one, when they were one of the best pairings going around in the South Island. But they've hooked back up again, and they've got to the semi-finals once again. Andrew Hickey and Greg Hammond as well from Marlborough, so you do have the top of the South being represented in the semis as well. And then your other match, Steve Denton and Chris Geary, the old Kashmir hands from Kashmir Silver, what was once Kashmir Silver, playing against Jordan Maihe and Matt Fisher now from Richmond. So you'd would have expected on paper both of those two pairings to be there or thereabouts. So in terms of the actual match to be played, you would expect that one to have a lot more people actually watching it, and if you were to pick which game you were to stream, it would be the one on the right, but we are showing you both, so you've got some bonus poll. As always, let me know if I'm coming through okay in terms of my voice, if I'm too loud, if I'm too soft, if it's all sorts of garbled, or it sounds like something out of a 30s horror film, then just let me know. And also keep those comments coming in too. Gives me more work to do than just staring at a screen and talking about poll. It sounds like I'm complaining about, which I'm completely not. Just before I start talking about these two games, I want to give a special nod to the ladies who played before us. The Ladies Open South Islands were of course held before the Open, and Jojo Coleman ended up doing the double, winning the pairs with Zari Wood, and then managing to knock the singles off as well. So obviously congratulations to Jojo and to Zari, but special mentions must go to Jackie Coleman and Zari Wood for not Zari, sorry, her mother Jane Wood, for making it to the final. They actually, the mother of Zari and the mother of Jojo, imagine having your two mothers playing against your two daughters in the final. I'm not sure if that's ever going to be repeated. But also Jasmine Purdon for making the final of the singles. That's a absolutely massive effort. I'm pretty sure that was a bolt from the blue for most people. Looks like we might have a combo on the table on the right there. Jordan appears to have knocked the... Oh no, it's not a combo. The set yet to be established. Which, if that's true, then take the black as a free ball, which you can do at any stage you've got a free ball. But yeah, fouls like those, if you pot one of each set when there are no sets established, you can it is a free ball and not a combo. Any other time it would be a combo, but you must have a set established for a combo to be called as far as sets go. Yeah, I did mention that Kelly May Rousseau. But yeah, I was looking at the progress of that tournament and I thought, wow. I mean, I must admit I wasn't expecting Jasmine to get to that point. Not that she can't get to that point, because she clearly did, but it must have been a massive effort to even get there, and then playing against someone whom I'm betting she idolises of similar sort of age, so and she would have had a dream weekend. Yes, I am, Des. Obviously not playing in the pairs this year, but I will be attempting to grace your tables for the singles. Oh, hey, well done as well for winning the North Island singles, Des. I believe that's the third time now you've won that. So, hey, awesome going. Can't wait to see you back down here for the challenge, and also in Mount Maunganui for the Nationals, and also here I believe for the Super League Nationals, which is at Richmond, by which I mean in Christchurch, of course. Don't have a co-commentator as yet, but I'm more than happy to do this by myself until somebody puts their hand up. Maddie very, very quickly getting that 15 off the rail. That is one of a couple of hard balls in this frame. The 14's the other one that's going to be a real pain just because of where it is. The 2 blocks it, but it does double if he ever can get back to that end of the table. This offers an opportunity to move the 11 off the rail, but somehow he's missed both the 11 and the pot. He has left it in a semi-awkward position there with respect to the 7. There is about a half or 2/3 of a pocket there for Chris if he's good enough to sneak it in there. Yeah, I'm the same, Jess. I'm buzzing watching this, and I'm not even playing in the pairs. Well, there you go. More than enough room for Chris Gary to fit a ball through. I think the winner of the match between Steve Denton, Chris Gary and Jordan Maihei and Matt Fisher, that's my prediction. The pair who wins that will win the final, just by virtue of being probably the more recognised pair at the moment. Les Mitchell and Willie Ulesse, as I said before, have actually made at least to the semis a number of times in the South Islands, and I think the last time they did it would have been early 2010s or late 2000s. Someone's probably going to correct me and tell me I'm full of the proverbial. Chris there showing that he's got a lovely touch as well, just hard enough to get to the pocket. Just run this through for the 8. Just a wee nudge off the rail, and it's pretty much right where we want to be for the 8. It just needs to put one more good stroke on it and sew the frame up. Down she goes. So Denton and Gary with the first frame against Maihei and Fisher. How did Adam Lilly go? I'm not too sure, I'm afraid. Mr. Southwest, I know that he didn't make it to the semis because he's not here. Mr. Obvious comment, but I've been having a look at the way this has been going, and I haven't actually seen a lot recently. There haven't been a lot of updates that I've actually been able to see. I've been at work all day, so I haven't really been able to use my phone too much. Bit of left-hand table commentary for you then. Intentionally comboing there was Greg Hammond, by which I mean playing his ball onto Les Mitchell's ball and potting it, which is not a multi-combo. If you play your ball first, it cannot be a multi-combo. But if you look at how the frame looks with the unders being the set that Willie and Les are on, then there's quite a lot to do there, and you look at where the overs are in comparison, they're the much better set. So yes, it is a combo, and yes, they have the chance to use a free ball if they wish, but they're going to have to do an awful lot of work to finish this. And what Andrew and Greg are basically saying to them is, if you're good enough, then try it, but if you're not, then we're in position to finish it if you don't. If you hear some sounds of eating, then that's, well, because I'm eating. Predictions for singles, Jess? I actually did have a few players in mind for the singles. I reckon, just the four off the top of my head: Adam Lilly, Daniel Cole, Daniel Bowen, and Simon Singleton. I think just the four that immediately come to mind is the front four, but I will add as a couple of wild cards, Sam Hopkinson and maybe one of these four guys as well on the right table, but also Shaden McKenzie. I think if he doesn't at least get to the quarters, I'll be asking a few questions, because he's been playing some mean pool of late. Oh, thank you, Ryan. It's great to be in a position to commentate on the stream. Simon's not sorry. Yes, no, you did right, Mr. Southwest. Simon's actually been concentrating more on his 9-ball game, and in fact, pretty sure he's off to England as we speak. So don't worry about me when I said anything about Simon, because clearly I don't know what I'm talking about. Danny Hunia, I definitely rate him as a player, Jess. Don't get me wrong, but I do think with the field this year, and maybe for me not having seen him play very much recently, I'm only going on what I know. Look at this from Les. It's not far away at all from getting a markers double. Oh dear, Geordie. That was a massive ball as well. You get that, get on the 10 and black's yours, but a bit of a rueful look at the table as he walks away. I just wonder if Les was trying to leave Andy Jaw snookered in there so he couldn't pot the 13. He wasn't far away from getting it if that's what he was aiming for. That would have been a really awkward shot on the 12. I think the 12 would have been the only ball he could have played, if that were correct. Andrew's having a good look at this 9 now, whether it goes or not. The 8 might just have a wee hand in the way. He might be just playing down on it slightly to get a wee bit of fuzz around the 8. Yep. But he couldn't get the requisite position on the 12. was always going to be the issue if he did manage to get that little bit of swerve that cue ball was going to kill and he wasn't going to get on the 12. Now Matt Fisher's been given a big life here. Geordie missed what should have been a clearance and Chris was unable to put the one right over the bin, so Matt's got a chance here to pot this 9 and get into good position on the 10. It's not going to be easy with that 2 being there, but he does have a shot and he does have a pocket the other side of the table there, top right of your screen. Andrew's looking like he's going to try and double this, whether he tries to go past the 5 or whether he goes into the middle pocket. I'd probably go into the middle pocket if that were me, but he's aimed past the 5 and that's not a bad result. In fact, maybe that's why he was playing it, because he knew there was a chance it would sit in the way. Matt hasn't been able to fit that 10 past the 1, so Steve Denton now will step up to the table with a chance to finish. Just further from your comment, Jess, in terms of players making it to the semis in a South Island tournament, Danny Hooney is always my first name on the list. The number of times he has gotten to the semis and then been unable to get to the final is mind-boggling, really. Just shows you how good a player he is, so if he can consistently make the semis in a field that is very good every year. But then you kind of ask, well, how did he not make the final? But then again, he's made several more semis than I have, so I'm not going to criticise too much. Good starter there from Steve. He's got options here. I think that 4 passes the 3. 2 definitely looks like the more obvious of those 2 balls, though. The question is, what does he do with it? Does he just kind of punch it in or stun it in slightly and just sort of coast between the 4 and the 7 for either the 4 in the middle pocket at the bottom or the 7 in the same pocket? I'll take the simple option as that, just to make sure you're on something and ensure that you do get the pot on the 2. Often the simplest plans are best in these sort of matches, especially when you've had a sort of higgledy-piggledy frame like this one has been. I think Liz will be a little bit disappointed at the shot that he's played on the left-hand table there, that he hasn't left the cue ball somewhere closer to that middle diamond on the rail to your right, because this is just straight into the corner pocket. I mean, it's not easy, of course. There's angle, there's the fact that he's almost right on the rail, but instead going for the safety and blocking off the 5 with the 8 and making him play the 7, he's basically just challenging Willie. You must pot this, otherwise you're going to leave something for my mate as he comes in. Stevie D on the other table, that's a beautiful shot. He's just absolutely reeled that in. And Willie, whilst he hasn't got the pot on the 7, I'm not even sure if he was trying to, he's left a good... Oh, look at this! Dear, oh dear, he's had an absolute brain fade. Must have been just off angle on the 3 and tried to kind of stun it in to make the angle for the 8. But he's had an absolute mare, and all Geordie has to do is pot this. The black's right there. And thank you very much for the frame. So Mahi Fisher now locked at 1 against Denton and Gary, and we'll just quickly cross over to this now. Still the first frame. Double, it's wide, and probably would have liked that cue ball to be right on that long rail. This is still not going to be an easy positional shot for Les here. I do wonder if he might just try to pot this 5 quietly and then double the 7. He is a very good doubler, and he doesn't mind going for shots like that. Even in situations like this, he'll go for it every time. So I'm picking he just pots this quietly and then doubles the 7. Just having a look at the angle and the shots that they've got on here, whether they decide to pot this with a bit of noise and try to get the 7 off the rail or get position for it, or even throw the rule book out the window and take the 7 first. Yeah, well, leaves a double, but still asking questions, isn't it? You'd think to yourself, well, that's an easy double, but they never are. And with the 7 right over the hole, it's extra pressure on Greg to make this.
Well done.
And two very, very different matches here, folks. We've got one that's quite open, the game on your right, and the game on the left's been a bit of cat and mouse. In fact, it's been laps around the house with the cat chasing the mouse. I wouldn't disagree with that, Mr. Southwest. There have been an awful lot of players whom I would suspect would be close if they don't get to the semis. You know, I mentioned a few names before, but you've gone and thrown in Steve Denton and Kerry Wirtz in there as well, and I wouldn't disagree with that. That's the thing about this field, is Andrew Hickey nails the 8 to put him and Greg 1-0 up. Is just how close this field is. There's so many players who could potentially win this tournament. On their day, if they fire, then look out. It's just dependent on which player fires on the Saturday. Just like it was in this pairs tournament. You look at the pairings that went out early. You look at the pairings in the flight event at the moment. Peter Agnew versus Daniel Cole. Some people would have picked them to be somewhere here, but no, they lost their first match. But since then, they've won every other match, and they're into the semi-finals of the flight. From a guy who was actually considering giving the game away for at least this year, it's great to see Chris Gary doing well.
And Steve Denton.
And Steve Denton, as Ronnie Simons just mentioned to me. Neither of them playing interclub, or at least full time anyway, this year, but still deciding to play in the pairs together in this tournament. And they are very good mates, and off the table as well as being captain and co-captain at Kashmir Silver when they were still around. And they've played pairs with each other several times, and they know each other's game so very well, and they trust each other. And they are what makes a good pairing be. This can just fit behind the 9 here. Don't think he'll be aiming to pot this. Or he did. He was trying to pot it and nudge the 3 onto the rail. He might have actually gotten a really good result out of that. 5 isn't right over the hole though, so Matt, if he's good enough, he can ram that 9 in there and pot the 9 behind the 5 and maybe move the 5 so the 15's on. Not here. It's Jordan's shot, sorry, okay. Or either one of the two, and they're both well capable of the shot. We've seen a few of these go awry already in this match. Players trying to fit a ball past a ball that's semi over a pocket and not managing to do so. So maybe that's factored into the decision to take the 12 instead, so you get a better angle on the 9. So it got the legs, yes, but it didn't have the line. Just wondering if that might have perhaps rolled away or drifted away slightly on him. That's always the thing you ask if the ball misses like that. Of course it's possible he's just got the line wrong to start with. The Black Pearl, are you talking about Chris Gary, Michael? Notice he's got Gary the Great on the back of his shirt. I'm surprised he actually fits in this building with that. Needs to watch where the cue ball goes. That's beautifully controlled. Off the back of the 15 with a bit of stun to ensure the cue ball doesn't go behind the 9. That's excellent control. Clip that in. Doesn't need to use the 9. May have to stun this into the middle pocket to hold for the 8. Because the 8 won't go past the 9, and it's not really anywhere else that he can go. The angle doesn't really allow him to run the table so much, so he's going to have to sort of punch down on this, and this is not an easy shot, especially not with the 9 being there. I do remind that last time he did play a shot like this was when he missed the ball before the black and potted the black, so he'll be looking to expunge that from the memory right now. Right now, just like that. Have a face full of pocket, you ball. And indeed does the needful on the 8. Finish not without difficulty, but a very good one nevertheless. So 2-1 Gary and Denton against Maihi and Fisher. And Jordan Maihi, just off camera there, was saying about that ball rolling away from the rail, so it is something that players are going to have to take into account now when they play slow down that rail. Looking at the table top right of your screen, it's playing towards that corner pocket top left of that particular wee box there. They're playing down that long rail. I wonder how that's going to figure into the shots for the remainder of that match. Anyway, we've got Greg Hammond here. We haven't really said much about their match. I suppose I should give them a little bit of love. Gotten onto the 7 nicely here. Whether he leaves that because it's blocking the 8 or whether he takes it now, the table being as open as it is, just as to whether he feels that he's confident enough to finish from there. Oh yeah. Just working on some issues with the stream at the moment. Oh, sorry, the ladies' final on the other day, so this is fine by accounts. Feed out the scores, please. Will indeed. Hickey and Hammond leading Mitchell and Ulesse 1-0, and Denton and Gary leading Maihe and Fisher 2-1. Both matches are a race to 5, both matches are semi-finals of the main event. At the moment, Chris Gary of the Denton-Gary pairing is at the table, and Willie Ulesse of the Mitchell-Ulesse pairing on the left-hand table, and that's a very good starter from Willie. Or Willie Armour, as pretty much nobody calls him. Used to play for Richmond way back when. Doesn't play into club at the moment, but he still has a membership at the Richmond club. I think he might live in Otago or Southland somewhere at the moment. How's the weight? Pretty good. It's not a pot, but right over the hole is the next best thing. Bit of work here for Andrew to do. Whether he takes the 1 now, with the knowledge that the 7 is blocking the 8, and that if he takes the 1 now, it gets rid of the obvious difficult ball. Tries to get Les to do something if he needs to. That's a great shot from Matt on the other table. There's one player who is able, of all of those players on the table, the most able to get position from really difficult places. It is Matt. It's just the way he cues is so crisp, and he's just got such confidence in hitting the ball a certain way to get a certain wear that not many other players actually have. I was watching him playing in Interclub when we played against their stickmen, and just some of the positional shots he played, never mind the fact that he potted them, but the positional shots he played, it just looked magical. Anyway, left-hand table, Les playing a shot. Oh, where's this going? Past the middle pocket. That's not very nice at all. And to boot, having to play over the top of the 1. I think he'll be looking just to get this in between the 7 and the pocket. I don't think he'd entertain any real hopes of potting this. If he does pot it, it'll be an amazing shot. Oh, he's miscued. He's miscued. It's a combo. And having to play down on the ball like that is never easy, and on occasions you'll just get that swing wrong. And instead of punching nicely into the ball, you'll sort of play over top of it and miscue it. So first shot here is quite obvious from Greg. Black into the 7. Black has a free ball, and then you've got the 4 to work. Now this is where his timing's going to come into it. If he times this nicely, he can get a good spread off the rail here, playing the 4. If indeed he decides he wants to play the 4, he could even play the 1 here and go 1, 3, 2, 4, because naturally that's the way you would work to get onto the black. It's almost as if he heard me playing the 1 now. But you do that, and then the 3 just quietly, and then if you leave yourself just off straight on the 2, then all you've really got to do is play that the same way and you'll be on the 4. And he's right on the rail though with a bit of angle. This is not overly simple, and it's quite a fine cut. I've had a foul from having to play down on a ball already in this frame. In fact, Greg's not even looking at the 2, he doesn't like it, he's looking at the 4 instead. Drops, what's his position like? Oh, not fantastic, but he's on the 2. This will be a hell of a cut. Top left corner of your screen, folks. On the table on your left. If it is to find a pocket, it will be that one. Watch him go hell for leather here. Man on the other table snookered himself on the black and can't pot it. Successfully got out of the snooker, but he couldn't pot the black, so hands the table over to Steve, and the effort on the 2 has gone away from Greg, so Willie now stepping up to have a look at this 12 to see if he can do much with it. Can't really get much screw back unless he goes right down on top of the ball here. So if he's got a wee angle, he'll be looking to use it. Just, yeah, that was always possible. Maybe having to cheat the pocket a little bit to get the angle that wasn't offered to him, and he's ripped the pocket off too much, it'll decline. Oh, where's 5 gone? Don't think it's got the legs to bounce enough off the rail. It's the one thing he didn't want to do after the pot is push that 5 safe. Won't be too worried about that at the moment. He's got the 6 and the 4 to work to now. The 2's in quite a good position there where it is. If he's just off angle on it to naturally run into the 5 or the 8 to break them away from each other. Now what's he doing here? Is he going to take off the 4 into the 6? Yep. But no is the answer for the pot, and it will be a free ball. I'm guessing he played it that way because he knew that Jordan wasn't going to get a direct shot at the 8. He knew it was going to be difficult to get on the 8 as well. So I don't mind his way of thinking there. If he had got that, then would have had at the very least the 2. So you see Greg, I believe, mopping up that frame to make it 2-0 to Hickey and Hammond versus Mitchell and Ulesse. The question is here, he's got a free ball on the 8, just to remind you. The 2 looks like the angle's not quite there to run naturally into the 5. In fact, there is the danger if you do play the 2 and get the angle wrong that the cue ball will bypass the 5 and go off, which would be loss of frame. He's got to be doubly sure about this. 2 comes off the rail. What sort of shots he got on the 8? Can he see enough of it to pot it in the middle? can't quite see from here. It's slightly behind the 5. So already that's telling me that maybe no. If he can see anything here, he'll be playing it. I can see a couple of people, Sam Hopkinson, trying to have a look at the shot from where he is. Just trying to give him a thumbs up or a thumbs down, but he's not looking at me. The amount of time he's taking on this shot, I would have to believe that this is not directly on. But he's going to have to sort of punch down on this with a bit of side to screw around the little bit of the 5 that's in the way to cut the black into the middle. That's what I'm guessing is going to happen here. He's going to have to be careful of the 5, whatever he does. He must absolutely clear the 5 before the wee curvature takes place. Here we go. Oh, beautiful. What a table pump to go with it. Just saw how much that meant to him just as we were cutting to the other camera. Gave it a bit of how's your father as it went down. Now the number of his teammates that are in attendance is going and giving them all knocks. He's got a bit of swagger going. You might just see it top right of your screen. Why not? He'll be feeling on cloud 9 after that. Any more? No more comments. Get your comments in, folks. I don't see any more. It's been a while since one of you last posted something. Willie, keep your head down, son.
We had 235 watching at any one time during the ladies' final.
Now some of those same people have just called out to me, so great to know I'm needed. I was just told by Paul Chivers, who's, I must say, right now, thank you, Paul, for taking time out of your day to get this all set up and run it. That at one point during the ladies' final, we had 235 viewers, which is amazing for any open or ladies. So you all deserve a medal for that. That's a great result, not just for women's pool, but for pool in general. And dare I say it, it's brilliant to see the women's pool get the same coverage as the men's. Been crying out for it for ages, that the ladies often don't get the streaming and what have you. Finally, the whole thing got streamed, or at least the point end of the tournament got streamed. So we got to see how the ladies really do it.
That will be the pointy end of the single thing as well. It's only the pointy end of the single that we're doing as well.
Of the ladies. Oh yeah. So I just want to remind you folks that not the entire singles tournament will be streamed. It will be towards the latter end of the post section. Oh, so actually the latter end of the day on Friday, so that will be the afternoon session from about 4 o'clock, and then
So that's really the part of the trophy and then Southern Pride match, because that's the fourth end of the, because there's only 3 sessions.
Oh yeah. So it'll be some of the trophy event, plus the Southern Pride versus the Christchurch game. There is a Southern Pride versus Christchurch match, by the way, so that ought to be a lot of fun. And I tell you what, the Southern Pride have got a mean field in this year. Normally the Christchurch is whipping boys and girls, but I think this year they've got a really good chance with the quality of players that they've brought here. Not surprised to see you supporting Geordie and Matt Healy, who used to be a teammate of theirs. Maota or Dave Olmoa, thank you very much for that kind comment. Foxy Roxy as well, good to have you on. Even better when you got a feed going. Get your eats in and get your pool in at the same time. Do what I'm doing right now and trying to eat while I'm commentating. It's not easy. Try refereeing and playing, says Ronnie. Yeah, I don't have previous, but I can imagine that'd be difficult as well. Yeah, it's been well played by Matt. Wasn't really going for a pot there, he just wanted to put the 1 there and move the 3 and the 5 around. The 5's now in the way of the 11 and the 3's now very much on. So he's done a very good job there. Just the way this frame's laid out. Anything to move balls around where you're leaving more of yours on in a frame that's a wee bit messy, that's gold. Because that's the way that you give yourself an extra leg up in the frame. You lessen the number of shots it takes for you to finish. That's one thing I was always taught as a player, was you're wanting to bring down the number of shots that you realistically need to take to finish a frame, and at the same time you're wanting to increase the number of shots that your opponent has to play to win a frame in terms of table visits. So if you've got a frame that's all messed up and you can put one of theirs safe, or you can put one of yours over the pocket, or you can break a few of yours up to make them available, you're furthering your own cause in the frame. Obviously if they're all there to pot and you're confident, you just pot them all, but in frames where that's not possible, that's when you go to your safety game, and that's what you're looking for. Greg's had a mare there. I see what he was trying to do. He was trying to widen the angle to get on the 9, but he's missed the 15. It looked ugly too. I'd say that was a bit of salt applied, of course, with respect to trying to get onto the 9. Geordie's got a free ball inside the D here. So we can play the 14 if he wants to, and if he can give himself just a wee bit of angle here, he can run into the 11 or the 5 to break the 5 away. Or alternatively, just pot it quietly and take the cut on the 5. Some players would have seen that as an opportunity to move the 11 away, when if you don't need to do it, don't do it. Always remember the KISS principle in life, and as well as in pool. Drops the 5. Got enough room here between the 1 and the 3 so that you shouldn't run into the 3 here. Just needs to take the rail behind the 3 and just pop out for the 3. The straighter he leaves that shot, the better it will be, because the 8's I'd say supposed to go into the middle pocket on the bottom. That's okay. It's perhaps the 11 being there makes it a bit harder than it needs to be, but natural sort of angle to just come off the rail and be on the black. Those of you with a keen ear might hear 99 Luftballons in the background. Drops the 3, and that's not a bad angle on the 8. Should be so that the cue ball runs into the 11 here. It looks like that's where it's headed, and as opposed to having a bit more angle and risking the in off. Just giving himself a little bit of time to really cue it up. Andrew on the other table there, just trying to make the 1 and the 8 more difficult. Yes, indeed, there it goes. Almost full ball into the 11, just as I thought. But he cued it so very well, and so Matt Fisher, Jordan Maihi 3-2 up against Chris Geary and Steve Denton. Just crossed to this game while the other one's being racked. Big caveat here for Les that if he doesn't pot this, which he's not going to, and it will be a free ball on the 10. So Greg Hammond's got just what he wanted here. But does he have any sort of angle or ball to work with? Doesn't look like the 10 passes between the 1 and the 8. At least not from what I can see. There is a very small gap between the 10 and the 8. Puts the 1 as a free ball. If there is a small gap there, then he should be able to at least take the jaw with the 10 and leave it in the way if it doesn't drop. Oh, it did drop. Well played. And it would have been right over the bin had it not fallen. So this now for a 3-0 lead. And yes indeed. 3-zipper to Hickey and Hammond over Ulesse and Mitchell. Reminder again, it's a race to 5, so there's a fair bit of pool to still be played there. Just like there's a fair bit of pool to be played here. So Denton and Geary currently at the table. Needing to right the ship somewhat, I must say. They weren't really in that last frame. They got played quite nicely there by Jordan and Matt, in terms of not really giving them much to work with. And then when the error came, Jordan was good enough to pounce on it and finish. It's a nice open table here for Steve to start with. I just wonder if he's going to take the 12 here if it's on. Would be the time as now. If it is on, of course, the caveat being that he's going to open the 2 up. He could also just run this 13 over the pocket. But this, if it does go, and he does pot it, that gives him a great chance to finish. But where's his mind at the moment? Is it with a finish, or is he just trying to consolidate the frame? Or has he got another way of doing things? Maybe the 12 goes past the 2 into that corner pocket top left of your screen. I wouldn't have thought so, but I've been proven wrong several times with these cameras. Indeed, Rosie Pinelli. And Ronnie's just been called to have a look at this. Checking for the legality of shot here. Can you go back to just this? Just for the shot. Just checking for contact. Oh, look at this! What a shot that is! Gee, I didn't even think it was on in that pocket, let alone the one I called. But Steve's just said, "Stuff you." Brilliant shot. Chris just pacing around the other table as well. You know how much that means to him. Generally, if you're playing pairs and your partner's pacing around when you're at the table, you know that's nerves. You know that's nerves.
He's looking at the angle to go into the pockety potting that one.
Oh yeah. So Ronnie's just telling me that he was looking at the angle to pot the 12 into the pocket he went for. It's always good to have a man on the inside. Hit that nicely. Just needs to pace this in down the rail now.
Good to see you.
Have you finished?
Flight final. I'm in the flight final.
I saw you got knocked out in the first game, but
Did it there. Yeah.
but look at you making the best of it.
Yeah, that's right. Every time.
Yeah. Just talking to Daniel Cole as Steve's missed that 9. I just took my eye off it for a second and he missed it. Up steps. Man for the big moment, Jordan Maihe. If there's any guy you want in this on this occasion to be playing this, it is him. Generally regarded as one of the best players under pressure in the South Island. Been in these positions so many times. Gets the first one. That's so crucial. Get that first one, get it well. Looking to see maybe if the black passes the 9, which I'm pretty sure it doesn't, unless he goes perhaps off the rail and then the 9. But that will be a problem for a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more shots. At the moment it's the 7, and that's where his attention must be. And I see players, they look at shots like that, even though it's several in the future, it's perhaps to put their minds at rest. Because that's not going to fall, is it? No, just sits there and gives him the middle finger. Thought for a moment that was going to drop. Yeah, he's just walking back looking like someone's just killed his whole family. Gee, the whole table was crying out to him, please clean me. But now that honour falls to Chris Geary, who has not had the best time of it these last 2 frames. He has a brilliant chance to put that right here and now. As we see Les Mitchell with a bit of meaningful table time here. Hasn't had a lot of shots where he's had much opportunity to clear a table, but now he does have one. Yes, great position. Both on the 8 and on the other table on what looks like the 10. Just roll it in quietly. Oh dear. Oh dear. Sometimes that's what not having a lot of meaningful table time can do to you. There it goes! Come on, get some noise going, he says. We need some noise. You've got some noise. And a bit of knucks here from Geordie is great to see. So 3 frames apiece, let's get it. There's 3 each. So now we get to see what's happening with the other match after Les Mitchell missed a golden opportunity to get a frame on the board. I say that how easy it looks, but it never is when you're under this much pressure, especially when you're down 3-0. The backhand on the cue just tightens that little bit. That's a lovely little touch on the 8 that he got. I don't think he was playing for it, but maybe that's why he tapped the table, because that wasn't what he was aiming for. Three each. I'm guessing 4 to the 3 here. Sorry, 4 to the 2. No, okay. Keep it simple. Don't have to take risks with your position if you don't need to. Natural angle here on the 7 if he gives it a bit of wheels. Angle's usually not conducive to giving this some wheels, but if you hit it right, then that happens. Very well played there, Greg Hammond. Now just scythe this in. Should be fairly naturally on the 8. Maybe put a touch below centre on the cue ball to have the white ball travel back kind of along the line of where the black spot is, rather than more towards the black where he won't have a cut. That'll do nicely. Lovely little weight. Oh, Matt Fisher. That, I believe, was to establish a set, unless I'm severely mistaken. This for a 4-0 lead on the left-hand table. Cue ball will stop in time. So Hill to 0, table on your left, Hickey and Hammond in the catbird seat against Les Mitchell and Willie Ulesse. And open table says Steve takes the unders. So he will get the easier of the 2 sets. Although in saying that, the overs aren't looking too bad. But the one over the hole makes the unders the easier set from here. Can take the 3 now. He needs to stay away from that top half of the table as we see it. Really needs to be sort of bottom half of the table as you view it. He's going to have to get a fair bit of timing on this if he's playing a screw shot. Bit of deep screw here just to maybe come off the rail, roughly in between those 2 diamonds to the left of the corner, the middle pocket, bottom of the screen. And then the action on the cue ball should take it towards, sort of more towards the 2. Guessing that's what he's going to be aiming for. Yeah, this sort of line here, that line right there, bang on. Anywhere that you've got a shot on the 5 or the 1 is great. If you can't play the 1, that's okay because he's got the 5 and he's also got a plant if he wants it. If he is going to play the 5, then he's got to be very careful of the cue ball because he doesn't want to be behind the 13 and he doesn't want to involve the 11 in the shot. Because that could very well be a gateway to hell. He's looking at the plant. It looks like he's taken the plant off the menu. And now focusing on the 5. Again, needs to hit it nicely. I think he's okay. If he can see just enough, if he can just see enough past the 4, then he can pot the 1 here. Oh yeah, no, it's 3-all, Greg. Just a wee mistake with the scoring. Maybe this is not on. Just killing it straight. And that's why he's going for the 4 now. Or looking at the 4 because he's left it too close to the 4 and blocks his vision of the 1. So that then makes the plant the shot. It's done, nice control. Where's the cue ball going to run though? Just cross to the left-hand table here for Les, who's left himself in a bit of a pickle. There, lovely shot. Pots the 2. Gets on the 6. He was snookered on the overs. On the unders, sorry. Oh, the cue ball, yes. 13's in the way of the middle, but it will go in the corner. And I'm guessing with the history of playing towards this corner pocket that this will not be soft. This will be medium to hard to make sure that the roll doesn't get invoked. Like that, and he's absolutely peeled it. Puts the exclamation point on the frame and they reach the hill first. It's 4-3 Geary and Denton versus Mahe and Fisher. Game of a different complexion here as Mitchell and Ulesse at the table, but 4-0 down. Excellent sort of get out of jail shot that Les played before to pot the ball that was over the hole but snookered. So this is the chance right now to get a frame back if he can see anything. He slid past the 15 and snookered on the 7. I don't want to. Just going to stand up for a moment here. There are reasons why, but I'm not going to say why. Just happens to be a bad time for it. That's exactly the break that Matt wanted. Get a ball off the break, get a clear shot at something. Risky shot taking the 6 first. Gets it. Does he get on the 3? I think he did. And 3 unders off the break can't be wrong, surely. Despite the fact that the overs were all on as well. The fact that there were only 4 unders to play at, no doubt swayed his mind. as Les manages to get out of the snooker. Sorry, that's not Matt, that was Chris. Got that horribly wrong. So that changes everything. Chris now to sew this up, potentially. Just the 4 off the rail. Pop the cue ball off the rail. Get to the 2, get to the 8. How's your stroke? Pretty good. Maybe a touch heavy. But cut the 2 in. A bit of left hand side. Adds a wee bit of difficulty to the shot, but if you cue it nicely, the side will take. If the ball goes, then the cue ball should go more towards that corner pocket top right of your screen. Look for the cueing here, that's the main point. Has he got it? Yes, he has. But on the rail, just off it, to make this a little bit squeakier. But squeaky or not, this is for the victory. To get us, or to get them into the final. Chris Scary, all at the end of his cue. Yes! Took a while, but it decided on life. 5-3, Chris Scary, Steve Denton over Matt Fisher and Jordan Maihe. So we have our first finalist. Andrew Hickey and Greg Hammond, the likelier of these pairings to join them at the moment. They're 4-0 ahead. And all of that "arr" you might have heard in the background was for Chris Scary's Black Tavern or Black Pearl Tavern teammates. So they will be waiting with bated breath to see who will be playing against them in the final. This is the match This is the match to decide. This could very well be the frame to decide it. What have you got, Andrew Hickey? It's not a pot, but it's a good cover. It's something that they've done consistently well all game. Not that I've actually been commentating much on this game, but from what I've seen, they've done the basics very, very well. Willie, Ulesse and Les Mitchell a little less so, and that's probably why they're 4-0 down. There's not been a hell of a lot in this game. It's been more just the execution when it counts. It's been a little bit lacking from these two. Tried to put the cue ball behind the 12 there just to make that shot even more difficult. Looks like he's left the 9 on though. 9 looks like it will pass the 11 into the middle pocket. Look around the table and notice the 13 and the 10 near the rail, but as I said before, when Jordan was attempting to clear the table in his match, that's a later on problem. It's something that you consider when you actually get to that point of the frame. And it's going to take the 13 now, perhaps.
To live streaming table 3. Daniel Cole and Peter Edmund Waimea, Johnny Mattingly and Malcolm Elder Tunaroo. Live streaming table 3, please.
So no for the pot, but he has put it near a pocket. He's perhaps saying about that ball maybe rolling away from the rail. So we've had that happen on the other table that the other semi-final was being played on, so this could be much the same sort of deal. Wouldn't be surprised if he has a go at the double here. I said before, he loves his doubles. Needs something to fall his way, he really does. Doesn't get the pot, and I just say that, and he has something go against him again. But try as you might, it just isn't working at the moment for Mitchell or Ulesse. So it's a free ball on the overs. The final of the main event flight, by the way, is going to be played on the other table. So we will be, going to concentrate on that match. Or once that match is finished, then the main event final will commence. And this game, of course, still has a bit of legs. We don't know what's going to happen yet. But in any event, that's how I'm picking this will go. So if you've just tuned in, the first semi-final has been completed. Chris Geary and Steve Denton, the victors, 5-3 over Matt Fisher and Jordan Maihe. This is the second of the semis. Andrew Hickey and Greg Hammond versus Les Mitchell and Willie Ulesse. Andrew Hickey at the table, at the moment he's leading 4-0 along with Greg, so I was just saying before about how different the two matches have been, how this has been a very closed, very tight sort of match. So the flight final will be a race to 4. I think the flight's been a race to 3 all day, unless I've got that wrong, but this particular game will be a race to 4. So manages to put the 12 down. Just needs to be careful, does Les, with the table that the camera's on. He just sort of bumped it. Interesting to see if that 11 actually goes in the corner pocket bottom left of your screen. Ulesse. So we'll find out now. Got the 9. He's got just the right sort of position that he'll need if the 11 is indeed on. Just needs to drop this, really. Doesn't need to do anything fancy with it. And this will... Yes, he did. Shot. Thought for a moment it was going to jaw out, but it was nothing but pocket. And this is to join Chris and Steve in the final. And yes, indeed. Andrew Hickey, Greg Hammond, 5-0 victors in the second semi-final over Willie Ulesse and Les Mitchell. I believe that will take a back burner to this particular match. So I will be back very soon. Minutes, please enjoy this first frame of the main flight final. Right, so back again with the maiden flight final, or at least I am anyway. If he gets a wee push on the 4, it's not bad, but where that's ended up gives himself a little chance at putting it into the middle. It does look like it will fall despite the rakish sort of angle. Play it just hard enough to drop really, and just hope that the curvature of the pocket takes it in. Yeah, see, that's too hard. But a touch slower than that, and the gravity from the actual pocket lip would have taken it in. But that is a difficult shot to play, and a lot of people would have missed that by a lot more than that. Johnny Mattingly is another player that I'm really happy to see more of. This is something we don't see a lot of. Shot, if it's there, doesn't go, but that'll do just nicely for making it easier for himself. Makes the 3 harder to play as well, because now you've not got the black on. The black's harder to move away, and the 3's harder to play because you don't have the outside line past the 9 anymore. Screw back on to get onto the 1. This looks like he's going to double it past the 3 here. Sorry, the 13 here. Yeah, that's what he tried. I'm just thinking maybe if he'd taken a little bit more time on that, but he plays it how he sees fit. Definitely you could see his eyes light up as soon as he saw that shot was possible. Maybe it was a shot that Peter pointed out to him to play, but knowing Daniel Cole, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a shot that he saw first. So free ball here if Malcolm wants it. This is Malcolm Elder I'm talking about. So he's called the 8 as a free ball. So he could play the 8 onto the 15 here and either pot the 15 or put 15 over the hole with the rest of them. That makes the frame even tighter than it is now. It's maybe left a chance to pot the 1 and perhaps the 3, but then you've got the 8 to worry about. You can only really pot one of those 2 balls at the same time, so you're going to be left with a difficult ball either way you go, and then the black's always going to be there and covered by the 15. So you don't mind the fact that you've perhaps left a shot on for Dan and Pete here, because you've taken away the ball that they need to pot to win the match. So one shot that Peter can play maybe is to just flick off the edge of the 11, the 1, sorry, and leave the 1 next to the 8. Dan's just trying to tell him, look, avoid the in off and try to leave the cue ball somewhere where it's not a free ball, like there. Now, that's not quite what he was trying to do, but what he has done, he's introduced a bit of disorder into this. So they're still well behind in the frame, but if Johnny gets one of these shots wrong, then that 1 being there sort of magnifies the mistake. flicks the 8 away. That was important. Needed to get the 8 away from the 1, because that's the reason why the 1 was such a pain in the arse, is that plus the possibility of a snooker behind it. But he's removed the 8 from being an issue. Simple plant. And this, if you're a good touch player, is a fairly simple sort of shot. Just touch it in with a bit of bottom left. Or alternatively, just play it in the normal way and just run more towards the black. So off angle on the 8 here. This is for the first frame. Yes, indeed. So Johnny Mattingly and Malcolm Elder 1-0 ahead of Peter Agnew and Daniel Cole. This is the main event flight final. This is a race to 4. This game will be... It's a bit of an appetizer, this, really, for the final of the championship event, but very much a valid game all on its own, because those pairs who lost their first round match go into the flight, and of course you do continue to play pool. And some people will debate until the cows come home, and even after that, whether or not there should be a flight. Well, if it means that we get more games and more pool, then yeah, there should be a flight. It's just a question of, can you fit it into a schedule of pool when you've got so many other games that you can play in the trophy event and the main event, or the championship event. Having a flight for both means you've got to play more games and could stretch your time out a bit more. That's kind of the argument against having a flight. So Johnny's called the unders here. Looks to be the 7. I think the 7's about the only ball he can really see, or actually I'll just eat my words right now with these chips. Delicious, eating my own words. Thank you very much, Barton McGill. I'm absolutely rapt to actually be here, to be in a position to do it. Happy the players were considerate enough to only get to the semi-finals by the time I got here, so I could commentate on the semis and the final. And as a bonus, I get to do this match as well. I know you guys have probably been screaming out for some voice, or a voice on the commentary as well. So at the moment, because Daniel Cole is playing, it can't be him. I'm guessing he'll be joining me for the final, unless he wants to sit up close to watch 2 of his best mates play. Daniel Cole now plays for Club Waimea, which is just in the Nelson area. Most of you will know that he used to play for Kashmir Gold, and then moved over to Silver, and has since taken up residence in the Nelson area due to work. So the opportunity calls, so he travels. And in so doing, he's helped to really revitalise the pool scene in Waimea and in Nelson. That's something that they were absolutely crying out for, no doubt, was to have at least one player of Dan's stature come and help the section actually get going again and get some real good guns in there to teach people pool again, and to have people to compete against if you're lacking for players of the calibre of Daniel to actually play against in the Nelson Waimea area. The Silver Bellies, or Kashmir Silver, They just kind of dissolved. Barton, unfortunately, they didn't have enough players who were willing to commit to the team full time. There's a number of players left, and others weren't really able to commit to playing in the sport in the team sense, so the difficult decision was made by those in charge of the team to disband it. I think it was the same sort of thing with Hornby Gold and the Hornby Tigers. Unfortunately, they just didn't have the players able to commit time to playing into clubs, so they had to fold. This is a bit of a shame, because I really... It's obviously not the sort of thing that Big L would have liked, by which I mean Alan Cow, and that was his team, the Hornby Tigers, and they formed that team in his memory to, you know, to actually play in top grade with him, and to have the team disband is a bit of a slap in the face to him, really, and to his legacy. But here we are in the now. One frame apiece, as Daniel Cole does a wonderful job cleaning up on that table. I was talking over a perfectly good clearance there, how dare I. Main event final, Mr. Southwest, is Steve Denton and Chris Geary versus Andrew Hickey and Greg Hammond. And that match will start upon the completion of this match, which is the main flight final, as you may see on the bottom of your screens. And a reminder again for those not in the know, or those who have just tuned in, the flight is the main event flight, and the trophy flight are played by the players who have lost their first match in post-section, whether that be the flight, or the trophy, or in this case the main event. So they get another bite at it, if you will. So this is from the Hornby Working Men's Club. I probably should have mentioned that before. It's a wonderfully rebuilt club now. This wonderful area of the city, and this actual pool hall that we're playing in right now, I'm just looking out over it, built to very much the same sort of specifications as the old pool hall that was here, because the old hall that was here was a big expanse where you could put like a wooden floor where you could put a whole host of pool tables and have a lot of room to move around in the venue. And at the other end you've got a bar, and you've got toilets and all the other amenities that you need in a venue like this. And this is the upstairs part of the club, so you've got a whole downstairs as well. So no pot there for Dan, but good cue ball. It's going to be a tough sort of ask here for either Johnny or Malcolm on the overs here. I don't think the 9 passes the 8. So either a tight cut on the 15 or long and straight on the 12 here. But you're just looking at this place. It gives me all those memories of playing in the Nationals here when it was held here in 2005 and 2007. There's very similar sort of look and feel to this, although now of course you've got the addition of streaming as well. He did try to take the cut on the 15, but he's undercut it. But again, the cue ball position is bang on. He's not left Pete anything easy. I don't even think the 5 goes, so the 7's blocked by the 11, so really, unless he wants to play the 5 for safety here, he's only really got one ball he can hit. I think he's just saying to Pete to take the double here, to try to get the 2 to go past the 5 and sit near the pocket if it doesn't fall, to give them a ball maybe that side of the middle pocket, because I've already got the 7 over the other middle. Okay, but that's pretty good too. That's in terms of the cue ball, but a great sort of positional shot, because the 2's now very much on, and the cue ball's running towards the 5 and the 11 here, so he could very well, if Malcolm misses this ball, leave the 7 on. And the 7 and the 3 are the tricky 2 balls, but he may be able to get Malcolm to help with it. Although Malcolm's got shots of his own there. That was a very good first pot. Oh, sorry, that's not Malcolm, that's Johnny. I should just call them the green team due to the jerseys they're wearing. Just doing a bit of running repairs on his shoelaces, so don't mind that. Peter Wilson is your referee for this match. Ronnie Simons, I believe, will be refereeing the main event final, or the championship event final.
Righty-ho, the main event final of the 2022
Oh, jeez, he very nearly went it off.
South Island Piers. On cue live streaming table 2, Steve Denton and Chris Fury, Cashmere, and Andy Hickey and Greg Hammond, Clark Snellborough. Your referee is Ronnie. Good luck, gentlemen.
So I didn't actually realise that they were going to play the main event final now. So that will be now, that will be coming up in a matter of minutes. Chris Geary, Steve Denton versus Andrew Hickey and Greg Hammond. Just getting that set up at the moment. So I'll just put it to the viewers now. This game's been showed as the main screen, but the main event final will just about to start. Would you like the main event final to be the main screen with the trophy, the flight final to be top right of your screen? Or would you like a split screen with equal amount of screen being devoted to the 2 matches? So please, if you guys haven't gone to sleep already, please let me know. Final on main. So I've got 2 for the championship final will be on the main screen. Got 3, okay. 3 makes a good sample size, right?
Right, at the moment, we've got 4.
So we'll just need to swap over the scores for this, but that is what we've got. Top right of your screen, if you wish to still watch it, is the final of the main flight. This, however, is the final of the championship event. It will be a race to 5. Chris Geary, Steve Denton versus Andrew Hickey, Greg Hammond. Let's get it going. Let's put a charge into this. Final, main final, main final. I've only actually got one person who wants a split screen. Sorry, Kelly May, you've been outvoted. I take it though that you are a relative or a friend or a partner of one of the players in the the flight final. Either that or you want both games to get the same amount of screen time. There's nothing wrong with that. So Chris immediately into his work on the overs here. So yeah, I'll be flying solo for the moment, commentating on this. If anybody who does have a good voice for this wants to join me, they can, but for the moment you'll just be hearing me. That needs to get nicely on the 12, which it does. So I will be focusing my commentary on the main event final, despite the fact that there is a very significant game of pool being played on the top right of your screen. Rolls the 12 nicely. You can see him start to get that groove back. You always know when he's cueing them through the ball nicely like that. He's staying down on the shot. He's taking his time, but not too much time. That's when you know he's cueing well. This being Chris Geary. If he takes a little more time, or he's kind of pacing around the table more, looking at the balls, or kind of looking nonplussed, then that's when you know that he's not feeling it, so to speak. But at the moment you can tell he's feeling it, because you see the reaction after he potted the black to go 3-all, and you could see the reaction after he potted the black to win the semi-final, to see the amount of investment that he has in the game and how good he feels at the moment. He's very much a field player, is Chris. On off the 11, so wasn't happy with where the cue ball was going if he'd just cut the ball in normally, so to change the angle of the cue ball, he plays it into the 11 as a cannon. Has pushed the 11 onto the rail to make it a little bit tougher, but one good shot here will pot this and get on the 11. This is where you've really got to trust yourself, and Chris at the moment you've got to be thinking he's got that trust. Needs to miss the balls. He really didn't want to run into that. If that had missed the 2, or even if it had hit the 2 half ball and deflected towards the black spot, that would have been just as good. Don't know if that's on for a cut. So Daniel Cole, Pete Agnew 2-1 up against Johnny Mattingly and Malcolm Elder in the flight final. You might have heard a wee bit of table talk and a bit of heckling and so on going on. Main event, mate. Okay. Okay, Mark C. I'll consider myself told. But yeah, no, I did want to be fair and ask the viewers to give me what they wanted. The majority of you have decided on this format, so this is what we're doing. Personally, if it were me, this is what I'd do as well. This might fit past the 11. Oh, Jesus. You would have thought if it didn't drop, it would have gone in off the 11, but it somehow missed both. Jordan spat away from the pocket. Who'd have thunk it? I'll tell you what, that 3 is going to be a real pain there. think that's the only thing stopping this from being so simple is the fact that the 3 covers the line of where the cue ball's meant to be going, towards the 5. The 3 makes it a very real possibility of a snooker. So Steve's got to either play a different shot here or play this plant with a wee bit of oomph instead of just potting the one onto the 11. It looks like he's going to cut the 5 instead. She does, and he's got... Cue ball needs to get away from the 3. He hasn't, has he? Surely he hasn't. Yeah, I know, but it's a common way of saying that, Barton. You are dead right, though. Might be a wee bit of swervy-worvy here. Bit of curvy loving time here. If he's got enough room to play the shot. If the 3's in the way too much, then the curve isn't really the shot, because A, he's got to reach for it, and B, he'll want it to snap immediately if the 3's close, and if it snaps immediately it might just snap into the 3. If he's far enough away from the 3, it gives the white ball more room to curve. I don't think he could get around enough. And he'll be absolutely spewing about that, because all he needed to do was not end up next to the 3. Yeah, it could be. I've seen a fair bit of that, Barton. I see Andrew just casting a speller's eye over the table. Pop this and run through. Oh dear, that's nowhere near it. Definitely got the run through, but the radar was well out. Chris, I don't think could have asked for a better shot on this, to be honest. The angle's there. It's an easy enough looking pot. Does the first part. That's not too bad for position either. Just off the rail, he doesn't need to worry too much about his cueing. He just needs to cue it well. Yes, he does. So Gary Denton 1-0 up over Hickey and Hammond. One for the Pearly crew. Just quickly switch over to this. So this is for 2-all, if he can make this finish. I thought he was on the black for a moment. It's a bit unlucky that he didn't get the one to promote more than he did. But he did get the pot, so he gets another shot at it. Good evening to you too, Julie. Yes, I am well. In a time where unfortunately many people aren't. Hope you and Gazza had a great week last week at the North Islands when that was played. Oh, he tried to get the one off the rail again, just missed it with the screw back. If anything, it bit too early. If it had bit a little later, it would have naturally curved off into the one. But because it bites early, it bites into the rail. Could double the one if he wants to. Or he could concentrate on the 2 or the 4. Back to the final now. The main event, and Andrew Hickey a chance immediately to atone for that fairly glaring miss that he had in that last frame. It didn't look overly difficult, the shot that he missed. I mean, I always say that with a grain of salt because of the fact that nothing's ever really easy in these games. Makeable, and you would expect to make, definitely. Am I playing this week? Yes, I am. Widemu. I didn't play in the pairs. Chose instead to work the 2 days the pairs were on. So my workplace is actually about 5-10 minutes away from this venue, but I do have the next 2 days off work, and obviously Saturday I don't work. So yeah, I mean, I'm playing the singles on Friday and then Saturday. Tomorrow I'll be doing a bit of practicing and just trying to get myself ready for the singles. Got a bit of practice time teed up, so it's very much needed practice time because I don't practice nearly as much as I should. I believe we've got 100 concurrent viewers as well, so very briefly. So I always say, tell people, tell your friends, tell your family, anybody that you live with, tell them to get on here and watch this, because this is nothing without viewers. You guys make this, I just happen to put a voice to it. Ooh, yucky, white ball. The cut 4 needed to make sure the cue ball, the line of the cue ball was away from the 2. Even if it involved hitting the 13, that would have been fine, but instead it's into the 2. Oh, thank you, Undervalued S. I'm very happy to read that. It's just a shame I couldn't be here for the ladies' final. I would have loved to have commentated on that. The ladies in general was very well received, and I would have loved to have been a part of it in the commentary booth, but I was on holiday for that weekend, so unfortunately I couldn't get back in time. But thankfully I am here for this, and this ought to provide a lot. It's been far too long since I've been behind the mic for a South Islands, any sort of South Islands event. Last year I didn't play, it was in Gore. I didn't travel. The year before that it was cancelled. Club Waimea could well have been, sorry. But I didn't travel for that. And the year before that it was cancelled due to COVID. Wasn't looking to pot that, I don't think. Just wanting to put it in the way, and there, acknowledged by a table tap from Greg. So, there's a bit of cat and mouse once again to see that even though it might be an easy pot and the finish looks simple, even if there's one ball that's not on, sometimes the players will immediately go to trying to make the frame easier for them, which involves in many cases not potting a ball. Waimea, yeah, sorry about that. Trying to remember what was in Gore, to be honest. I know there was a tournament being played in Gore in the recent history. I do too. I think they're the best tables in the business. I do like these ones as well, but in terms of just the playability and consistency, I actually think those Barton McGill tables are the best that we've got. That's one reason I always loved playing at Hornby when we had an away game, is because I loved the tables so much. I'm happy that I think they've actually kept them. Southern Pairs, yeah. I believe that's actually being played later this year as well. The Southern Pairs. I'd actually like to get into that if I can. No, I can't. Sorry. No, I can't because the Super Challenge is being played that same weekend. The Champion of Champions is being played that weekend. Yeah, no, I missed being there, Zari. As I said, I would have loved to have been there to be there to watch you and Jojo win the pairs. But I was away. I couldn't be there, unfortunately. I take it you're back home, are you, Zari? Back home in, well, now Wellington. Having a bit of we've got a tournament program. Here we go. We're going to get a final result. Yes, it is. Oban Daniel Peter.
Waimea previous one was in 2019.
Yeah, 2019 was Gore, so I'm a few years ago now. But I didn't travel for that one either. So it's been a while between drinks. Oh, really? I thought you already had it. Oh no, you injured yourself. That's right. You injured yourself just before Levin. And okay, so well, at the very least, Zari, you tested positive after you played in the tournament, much like I did at Levin, so not great that you've got COVID, but at least you got to still play pool. Anyway, got a great match of pool that I'm missing. Andrew Hickey on the unders here, looking to get themselves on the board here early in the game. The game at the moment that Chris Geary and Steve Denton have been very much in the ascendancy with, but they're not at the table at the moment. Andrew Hickey with his 9-ball cue is holding sway over it at this point in time. Lovely weight. Central to that was the weight. If it hadn't gone in, that would have been fine, but the weight would have ensured that it stayed over the pocket. Yeah, there is, John. You did right. That's what I'm going to concentrate on now. I'm just trying to comment on everyone else who's left a comment. I'm just making a note of it. The score in the flight, I believe, is 3-1 to Daniel Cole and Peter Agnew over Johnny Mattingly and Malcolm Elder. Dan's 2 balls in the black away from winning that match. This down the rail for Andrew. What a shot this would be. Off the 12 maybe. No. 2 bites at the cherry, couldn't get a chomp in.
You said it was 3-1.
Okay, so yeah, 3-1. Daniel at the table at the moment, top right of your screen. Looking to sew it up, because that's a race to 4. So once that game is over, we'll be concentrating solely on this one. So congratulations to Daniel Cole and Peter Agnew for winning the main event flight final over Johnny Mattingly and Malcolm Elder. Across now back to the final of the championship event. This is the one that you guys all wanted to see. Might even get a co-commentator out of the deal. For now though, calling this attempted clearance from Steve. Taking the 15 now, or at least looking at it now. If he can sneak this past the 5 and into the pocket, the 9 is a good worker for the 8. Oh dear. Oh dear. You can see the thought process though. It's much more natural to pot that and then play the 9 for the 8 rather than the other way around, and that way you don't have to worry about the 15 if you get it early. But he's made an absolute dog's breakfast of it, and Greg Hammond is wasting no time and looking to sew this up. This he does, so 1 frame apiece. Andrew Hickey, Greg Hammond against Steve Denton, Chris Geary. Here's a shot of the room. Those of you who remember the old Hornby club will be familiar with this sort of layout, because this is very much what the old upstairs area used to look like. For those of you who played in the Nationals in 2005 and 2007, this is what the layout was very similar to of the room, so I'm really happy that they decided to rebuild it this way so that the Hornby club could host these tournaments again, because they are extremely good hosts. Chris Geary to break 3rd frame, 1 frame apiece. Nothing's going to fall. Dry break, so I could talk to Chris about dry breaks. I don't think he'd want to listen too much to me. So immediately choices between, I'd say, the 9 and the 5 here. One's an over, one's an under. The 5's the easier of the 2 balls to play out, and in terms of the way the balls are looking, I'd say the overs are slightly better. That may sway Greg into playing the harder 9 first, because if you pot the harder 9 first, get onto that set, then the rest of the balls are a little bit easier than for the unders. At least that's how I see it anyway. Second thing to consider is, of course, the fact that the 5's almost right over the hole, so you're almost guaranteed to get on a set with this shot.
You can say that we are taking again.
13 might be on past the 5 just to throw a 3rd option in there, so I was going to mention that, but I didn't think he'd actually play it.
You can say that we're taking this gear to the new Plymouth at the end of the month for the Super League North
The Super League North
Island.
Islands at the end of this month will be streamed on cue.
So that will be a North Island event out on the South Island.
What's going to happen for the South Islands?
Bowies have got their own gear.
Oh, yeah, okay. So for the Super League Island events, this particular gear will be taken up north, so the North Island will get the on-cue stream, and Bowies and Dunedin have their own setup for streaming for the South Islands. So just to let you know what you've got to look forward to at the end of this month, as far as on-cue goes. There you could see the value of being able to take an over that was well positioned. The 9 for me looked like the only ball that was really on earlier in the set, but the 13 being on past the 5 certainly made the balance a lot more tilted in favour of the overs. So the 12 to the 9, and then you can work from there to the other side of the table. You clean up this end first and then work on the black end of the table. Because the 15 is going to be the ball I'm betting that he'll be taking last, because there's a ball that's closest to the black and the 10's the ball to get onto it from. Because at the moment the 15's not really on anywhere, but if you move the 10, then it may go past the 10, past the 4, and even the 10 now offers an opportunity for the cue ball to be positioned for the 15 into the middle pocket. So just a case of whether he decides to play this really slowly and just pot it pocket weight, just kind of roll the cue ball there to stay on the 15, or whether he decides to try to involve the 1 in some way if he's got an angle. Okay, a wee bit too much stun there. Ball's still on though, it will go in the corner pocket. If his cueing's nice and his touch is nice, then the black's pretty much adjacent to the cue ball. It's just a wee bit harder to pot this ball is all from where he really wanted to be. Also needs to be careful that he doesn't leave the cue ball behind the 2 or the 6. It's probably soft to medium sort of weight, and kind of stun into it a little bit to try to keep the cue ball close to where the 15 is. Something like that is perfect. That is mwah. Wonderful touch, gives him pretty much the ideal black here. That is a wonderful juicy cherry on top of the pie. So 2 frames to 1, Hickey and Hammond lead Denton and Gary in the final. Then clutch pot, clutch finish. Out of position on the last ball, but make a shot like that. Who needs position, eh? When you can cue them as well as that. I've got tournament controller Tracy Andrew next to me as well. Not wanting to say anything, but I'll say something anyway. Just a big thank you to Tracy for all the work that you've done to control this tournament, but also just to ensure everything's run on time, and to just for everything that you've done for this, because I mean, you need a strong person on control to ensure that things happen the way they should, and Tracy certainly is that.
Thanks, John.
So Greg Hammond fresh off that finish, full break. Just take the opportunity to correct the score with, the 5 did fall. I was going to say with Paul not in attendance for the moment.
I'll join you for 20 minutes.
Let me put his mic on.
Adam Lepetier. It was indeed. I loved it.
Alright, John.
Brilliant shot to end up with.
G'day, John. How you doing, mate?
Oh, I'm doing fine, thank you.
Thought I'd just come and help commentate the last 3 or 5 frames, or whatever it's going to be, of this final. What a cracking final we have.
That will of course depend on how quickly the players
course.
play and who wins those frames.
Indeed, indeed. We could be finished in 3, or we could be finished in quite a lot more. Have you had a good day, John?
I have actually. I went to work to start with, so you'd admit initially you'd say no, but that's all good. You do your work, you do the mahi, get the treats at the end,
Of
which
course.
is getting to commentate on this.
Yes, how good, eh? One of the people you would certainly expect to be there or thereabouts is Denton and Geary, but I think it's a slight surprise. The other boys, they've played an awesome day and they've looked on fire, especially to be 2-1 up in the final, Hammond and Andrew Hickey.
Yeah, well, obviously know Greg Hammond from a fair way back and how well he plays.
Actually a bit before my time, so I'm not too sure regarding that, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously one for the slightly older crew, but I mean, Greg Hammond, as far as South Islands go, you never want to write him off because he's just such a canny player.
Yep.
And as you saw before, he's got the ability to pull out the finish when he needs to.
Oh, indeed. Yeah, he's just looks like he's been on fire today. He hasn't missed a hell of a lot. He's just cool, calm and collective, isn't he? Just pots them and you don't see much of it. He just pots all the balls, that's about it.
Well, it's a bit like a Joe Root or Kane Williamson 50, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't look like they've done anything, but they've done all
looks like
the
they've
work.
hardly broken a sweat.
Yep.
All of a sudden they've got 50 runs to their name.
Exactly right. That's how these boys have got here today.
Is he English? I believe he is, John. I think he's English by birth.
I'm not totally sure, to be honest. I have a feeling
English
he might
or
be.
Irish. Is that your pick, Jody?
Wow, that's a big call.
That is a big pull.
But anything can happen. This is a big pot list. Wants to get on a nice ball. He didn't get on that 7 though.
Needed to be at the other side of it, didn't he?
Yeah, good pot, but just no reward.
Yeah, he needed to kind of force it too to get that angle to go just away from the 7 to leave the 7 on. Unfortunately, the line was just a bit wrong for the cue ball.
Yeah, it's a bit stiff because it looks like the table's pretty open apart from that 9, and I'm not sure who's coming to the table next. Do you know if it's, or is this off the break?
Doesn't matter, it's off the break.
Okay.
It's whomever you wish.
My money's on Chris at the moment because he's been on fire, so Steve might just go on, mop them up.
Yeah, that's what you do in pairs, isn't it?
Yep.
At least in this format of pairs, the player who's on fire, you send them in first bat.
Definitely. And
Do
if
some damage.
If you make if you're not there, you just block a hole. But in general, you clear it up, mop it up. As Steve will likely say, "I'll mop them up, mate."
You almost take the cue out of your partner's hands, don't you?
Yeah. Where's the cue ball?
Jeez, that was adventurous.
Oh, he's just trying to get the cue ball back down here, I believe, just to try to get the 2 into play.
To be honest, I didn't mind that because the 9's still in trouble.
Oh, Steve's gone to the
If
table.
the 9's still in trouble, then you have to think, well, if you're going to go for a shot, go for it now.
Of course.
Daniel's son.
Daniel's son. Hey Mo. Cheers, bro.
Daniel Peter giving you the...
Oh, cheers, Avon.
Big
See you
well played.
on Thursday, tomorrow night. He's coming in to play Friday morning for singles.
Oh, cool. I'm playing Friday morning
Me
as well.
too, John, yeah. It's a good all day.
Because you and I are having a hit.
We are indeed. It'll be good. He'd like to get that 9 off that cush quite quickly, or he might play for a double.
Yeah, well, that's within his control, isn't it?
He lost that cue ball a little bit.
He could use the 11 to move the 9 if it comes to that.
I think he's floating down for the 14 here, isn't he?
Yeah.
As he is. Oh, he's still got the 11 too. Now he's gone on the cush, he might not be playing that 14, because if he drops a 14 and he's going to be on the cush.
Well, it's not going to be nice, is it?
No.
He's going to have to force it, which the last couple of times he's tried to force the issue, it's gone wrong for him. So maybe just take one quietly and sort of recalibrate.
Yep. Yeah.
Yes, I'm well aware of this, Sheldon. Yeah, no, he's been a stalwart of Marlborough for 30 plus years.
Yeah.
He's one of the first people I met when I was playing competition pool in the early 2000s.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, no, I'm starting to
pretty
show
cool.
my age. First tournament I played in South Islands was 2002 at the old clubs of Marlborough.
Do you know how old I would have been, John?
2002, you would have been 4.
I would have been indeed.
And I was 15 going on 16.
A couple of years later, I would have been watching tournaments, watching
Yep.
Dad play. I remember one of my first tournaments I watched was Dad playing here. It was either Nationals or South Islands. That's when he used to play with Rob a lot.
Yeah, it would have been the Nationals, because the Nationals was here in 2005.
Wow,
I
17
mean,
years.
2007.
2007.
That's when, in 2007, just a wee bit of quick history, that's when Max Lingman did the double.
Oh wow.
He won the South Islands and the Nationals in the same year.
Well, that's pretty good stats. Do you put the 14 over the hole here and bide some time? Or do you reckon he's going to drop it in double the 9? I don't think he can hold though. I think that's his issue.
Kubal's scurrying off down the table.
Yep.
I think he's just going to play to try and
Over the hole.
plug the hole.
Yep, over or in. As Adam would say. Adam
Tampon
Lilly,
shot.
A tampon shot.
Adam Lilly, that was a name that came up a couple of times amongst the comments. I
Okay.
don't actually know how well he went.
I think, ooh, wow, come off the top cush, that's not bad. They lost in the quarterfinals, I believe. Who to? Good question.
Yeah, no, I was trying to follow it while I was at work, but I couldn't really look at my phone too often.
I can't quite remember who they lost to. I'll have to look at the draw. I was actually playing my matches while they were playing, so
Yeah.
it's a bit difficult to follow it all day.
Well, you can't when you're trying to play your own game.
Of course, yeah. Watching as much as I can, but yeah, that's how it goes, eh?
Yeah, I mean, such is life, isn't it? When you're playing in two different competitions,
Yep.
so to speak.
I'd definitely much rather be playing than watching, that's for sure. At any stage of the game, I'm happy still to be on the. Or I was happy to still be on the table 10 minutes ago.
Oh, yeah. In any table time's good table time, especially leading into singles.
Oh, definitely. I'm feeling really good, John, and haven't felt much better, to be honest.
You were cueing the ball beautifully in the last half of that game. You were cueing the ball really well before
Yeah, I
that,
felt
but
good all day, the last couple of days, but
starting
yeah.
to really strap it towards the end of the
Yeah,
game.
I'm timing the ball really nicely, so it'll just be interesting to see how things go. Me and Pete, things didn't quite go away this morning. Oh, wow.
Okay, no, Jodie's just put us right there.
Okay, thank you.
Adam and Brett lost to Hickey and Hammond 5-1. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, no, that's what we were asking before, but Jodie's obviously got more of a leg up than we do.
It is Piers indeed. Adam played with Brett DeFario, and they lost in the quarters, I believe.
I think Jodie was just going the player that she knows more of.
Oh, I see,
Yeah.
I see.
Probably doesn't know Brett DeFario that well. If you don't know Brett DeFario that well, I suggest you do.
I suggest you get to the North Island and play a few more tournaments up there then, if you don't know.
Oh, hell yeah.
He's got a chance here.
He does.
Got a chance.
Off the rail.
Off the rail, yeah.
Nudge the 14 out of the way. Bob's your uncle.
And if that doesn't quite work, it's over or in. And if that doesn't work, you just play the 9 off the top rail in front of the 14 and make them do the work. Played it aggressively, but just hasn't quite gone his way. It might go close. It doesn't look like it from here.
It's not on, but it will at least rub their jaw.
It's really hard to tell from up here.
I think that's pretty much what he wants. It's just for it to flick that.
Yep, the knuckle.
Flick the jaw.
Yep, straight into the knuckle and just.
That will sit it in past the 14.
Put Steve under the pump, I believe.
Oh, you were there watching,
Chris.
Jodie. Okay.
Oh look, it went actually really close.
He probably thought he'd got it. Did he think he'd got it, or did he just really
happy.
like it?
He didn't know what he could do.
He was almost. It was in between hopping because he thought he'd potted it and hopping because he really liked the shot.
I think a bit of both, but mate, the latter part more than anything.
Who wants to go at this?
Well, it's Steve's go, so I believe Steve wants to go at it.
Yeah, but out of anybody watching, who would want to have a shot at this? You're on the overs just to make it easier.
If you can whammy it out of there, then
If you come up behind it,
Off
maybe
the jaw.
play a double into the middle pocket.
oh no, you have to whammy the black out of there. The black comes out of there.
Yeah,
Black
true.
comes out of there. You have to get it out. Cush first, off the jaw. Got to
Sort of
whammy
jam
it.
into the black.
You got to whammy it. See if you get lucky, just like that. See if you
Cube,
get lucky.
where's the black going?
See if you get lucky, John. And there was no
Jeez.
luck at all.
No, if it wasn't for luck, you'd have nothing.
Yeah.
We will be showing the prize giving like we did the other day too.
Just a reminder to stay tuned after the completion of this match, because the prize giving will also be live streamed. So you get to see your favourite players receiving their due prizes.
And they go to 3-1 up with gimme black.
That sucks though, eh?
Oh yeah.
Andrew must be thinking, well, that's a
Happy
crap way
birthday.
to win a frame, but yeah, happy birthday at the same time.
Yeah. Just got to ride your luck sometimes. As I said, you just get that black moving. If that misses that knuckle and goes on the top rail, you're looking wonderful.
Yeah.
But it's not to be.
And also remember that could very well be you next shot. The
Oh.
next time you try something like that, it could happen to you.
But yeah, you're saying, oh, I've been really unlucky.
Completed the main flight final. Congratulations, Daniel Cole, Peter Agnew, Waimea. Commiserations, Johnny Metterling, Malcolm Elder, Timaroon.
Just as we see Ronnie brush the table there, a wonderful referee for this match.
Indeed.
Game's nothing without players, game's nothing without spectators or people on control, but it's also not nearly as good without referees.
Indeed. As you would have.
You're one as well.
I am. I've helped referee a little bit today, when not between matches, because Peter and Ronnie were both playing this morning as well. So, and also Keith. So, they were having to play, and I was finished. So I was like, okay, I can ref. Me and Murray Davies jumped on and ref for 20 minutes, half an hour, just to get the tables running sweet, and yeah. As you would have heard when they just introduced the names, me and Peter actually played at a club Waimea.
Yeah, I actually saw that at the bottom of the screen.
So it's quite funny. So we're so I'm obviously from Nelson now, at a club Waimea, but Peter's from Cashmere.
So you had to kind of nudge him into...
We had to make a phone call and get Peter in to Club Waimea just so where he could stay in our team's event. Because my partner was meant to be Gina Grimwood.
Okay.
But Kerry Lowe came down with COVID, meaning that I had to change partners within the last 3 hours.
Oh, is that because... And then Gina... Did
uh,
Gina have it as well?
No, but she was staying with her, so they had
close
to
contact.
isolate, yeah.
Okay.
Which is very unfortunate.
Yeah, no, that's... I mean, Zari Wood said on this chat before that she'd tested positive for COVID.
No. Well, that's not good.
And I said that at least you got to win the South Island Peers before you got it. John just saying that Kerry and Celia lost to
Adam Lalia.
Adam and
Yeah,
Brett.
Adam and Brett. Yeah, that's right. I remember watching that. I believe the game was 4-2. 4-1 or 4-2. Hey, thanks, Heather.
I tell you what, I'm loving the fact that we've got a lot of close friends and romantic partners, for lack of a better term, husband and wife teams playing pairs with each other.
Yep, it's pretty cool, eh?
And Kerry and Celia, Adam and Brett, obviously very good mates.
So romantic partners, you meaning?
That's for you to decide.
Whatever floats your boat, eh?
I think Jojo would be feeling a bit left out there.
Oh, he's missed.
There's a couple of others, eh? Shah Tahuhu and Brett Appleton
That's right, yep.
playing pairs with each other. The Bowen brothers playing pairs with each other.
I actually haven't seen that before.
Never seen Joshy and
I've
Dan
seen
play
Josh
together.
and Mike, I think, before. And maybe also Dan and Mike. I think Josh and Mike's the only pairing I've seen. I've never seen Dan play with another Bowen, I don't think.
I've seen Dan and Josh play together before.
I may have, but it just slipped my mind. I haven't actually heard of it recently.
Oh, he did he? Did a bit of a pearl twirl as well. At the end of it.
What happened to Mark Watson and Kieran?
Kieran.
They played, and I believe they played their first match and they won that. So that was a qualifier to get into the 32. So they didn't get a bye this morning. And then they lost their 32 match. So they didn't get a chance to play in the flight either. So their day was over quite early, unfortunately. But they had a really good day yesterday and qualified. I think they dropped 2 matches, but it was good to see.
Yes, that was it. That was another pairing
definitely.
I was going to say. Corey and Marissa Reed McFarlane playing with each other.
Yeah, that's an awesome one. So Chris has got to start. Oh,
Chunky salsa.
Yeah, that's not nice.
I think that was for the establishment of the
2,
set.
4, 6. Did someone get one off the break? 2, 4, 6. No.
No, I think we've got 15 colours on the table.
Oh, there is 2. Okay. It's a bit of a yucky starter. Big one. I believe Andrew went for a big one and missed a big one. Now Chris has gone for a small one and missed a small one.
Small, so what, you can't exactly take the black, can you?
Not particularly. I can't see it, so you're not likely. I don't. Maybe
there is no third option.
No, maybe a starter on the 1. Was he cutting the 10 in the middle?
10 in the middle,
I think the 1. I reckon he could skip through to the 1.
Bosh!
Just like that. Don't go in there free. You don't want that to fall in. Wow.
God damn it.
It's not bad.
Sometimes you
Still
just
there.
have to curse it. I tell you, he's on the 2 though, so
Yeah,
at
quite
the
straight by
very
the looks of
least.
things. Do you reckon that 6 passes to 11? It does look like it does into this
definitely.
right-hand pocket as we see it.
Definitely. That's not going to be the problem. It's
No,
just,
but if he can get onto that.
can he actually get in underneath the cue ball enough for the carry to screw it back off the
I think
2?
he can maybe be able to play top out.
Or come off 2 rails, be
Just
on
play the
6.
side rail, top rail, and maybe into the 15 area.
Oh, okay. So you'd almost have to rip the pocket off slightly, wouldn't you?
Yeah, hit it a bit straighter, like maybe a bit of check side. But I don't know. It's hard to tell from up here.
We might even take the 7.
Oh, we can almost see it from if we look down. It's actually looks pretty good. What's he lining?
Taking
He is lining up the
7.
7. Okay. We steered that in.
Yeah, no, that didn't roll straight.
Oh, I don't know. I think he just steered it in. I think he
think
might have
it's
played
just
a
the
bit
way
of
he was
accidental
waving
side.
his cue at it. It's almost as if to say that didn't roll straight down the line.
Maybe, or he just a bit of accidental side, as we can all do. When you're hitting him that soft, it can likely happen. These tables have been running good all day, so I'd be surprised if it rolled that much, because that wasn't close. Some would say it didn't hit a barn door.
Didn't hit a barn door, couldn't hit a barn door.
Even
it's
that.
wrong postcode, wrong country.
I heard it in the golf yesterday, the other day. They said, he couldn't hit the back of a paddock, back of a barn, sorry. Oh wow,
he tried
Stevie.
to go off the 2 with good
2 off
reason, mind.
The 2 off the 11, but
That
he
would
got
have
the
made
double
the
kiss.
That would have made the 9 on.
The 11 off the 2, sorry, yeah. He got
If
the
he
double
fell
kiss,
out of a boat,
unfortunately.
he couldn't hit water.
So many to say, isn't there?
Yeah. I'm betting they're all going to come out over the course of the week,
Oh yeah,
especially if it's you and I doing commentary.
yep. You can count on that.
Fast, loose, and fancy free with words.
I think this is a little awkward. He might be playing 6 to the corner for this exact reason. I think he might have had a chance of going in off. That looks good. Good starter.
He's been cueing that straight shot beautifully all
Yeah.
day.
Very nice. Great cueing.
Long
that.
and straight, you can almost bank a house on him for those today that I have seen.
It's pretty good. Means you're cueing well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a snooker sort of cueing, isn't it?
Definitely.
If
If
you
you-
can pot those with regularity, then
You're looking good.
either you've been playing a bit of snooker or your cueing's just right
Very
there.
straight. Yeah. Awkward frame this though. It's so open for the big ones.
Yeah, well, this
Apart
is
from the 9 and the 13, but I think it's more open for the bigs than it is smalls. If he can drop this 4 in, I think he can, or maybe he can. Can't tell if he's off angle or not. He is
it's
slightly
just
off angle. So I
So
don't know
I
if he
think he'll
plays
be
a soft
playing
screw.
the 2 first.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I'd like to play a soft screw here and hold for the 2 to the middle, but I don't know if that's quite possible. No, he's just going to run through. take his... Ooh.
Power run.
I don't like that.
That's not nice.
Don't like that.
2 blocks to 7.
2 cuts to the middle, but yucky.
Yeah, that's filth.
And the cue ball's going, we don't know.
Yes, we have no idea. You've got a lot of landmines there. Also, the 5, does it pass the 7? Though?
I don't believe so.
It actually, from where I'm looking, I think the rail might be in the way. But
Yeah. If you move that that cush out of the way, you've got a chance.
Oh, obviously. That's so bad. If you moved all the pockets out of the way, no one would pot anything.
Oh, no, you wouldn't miss, because you'd just be... Well, they'd keep going off the table.
You wouldn't be playing pool then, would you?
No, it'd be a bit of...
Bit of
I
golf.
don't know, golf, yeah. Be picking the balls up would be the hardest part. We've tried to play it, but it's
Yep.
opened it up like a can of worms.
I don't know whether he was trying to go past it or whether he was deliberately playing
just
into
moving
the
into
7.
it, yeah. Hoping, I suppose, into it, hoping that he can maybe clear.
It was an ugly shot either way you look at it. Whether you were trying for the cannon or try to squeeze it.
Yep.
It's very difficult.
Okay, Steve's at the table. Chris is at the table. I think you've got to drop this 12 in the middle. That's a starter.
That's my ball.
That's my starter. I love the middle pockets.
Same.
So
Big
you drop-
holes.
Yep. Or just, you play them in pocket weight and they'll nap in.
Yeah,
So you
you
aim
don't
slightly
have
higher
to-
the pocket. And this is the shot he's taking on. You don't want that cue ball to run. He might play up for the 14. But
Yeah,
I don't.
I'd run this through further for the 14.
Played it well. See,
But
just
then
nap
again,
in
you've
slightly.
always got options if you don't. So
10
you've
for
got,
the 14 for the 13 here.
You got the 10, you had the 11 if
Just
you wanted
a
it.
soft stun maybe, or is he running through? Stun, yep.
Stun to get on the 13.
14. 14 for the 13
Yeah,
maybe.
sorry.
Oh, it could be the 13, but the 13's a really hard cut from there.
No, I don't even think I'd be looking at that.
No,
Usually I like those shots.
do or die
but
time really, isn't it? You don't want to go 4-1 down.
You just don't want to play a shot like that if you don't need to.
3-1 to Hickey and Hammond. No, so I think you drop this in dead weight, or no, he might slot it. He might just play the book.
Slot it.
He's
been
awkward
queuing-
queuing slightly.
He's been queuing well enough to
He's
slot it, and it will be great for his confidence
If he
again.
can, if he can mop
slots
these
it.
up, yeah. He's hit there. Oh, look at the
Oh,
side.
he's strapped it beautifully.
Oh, this looks mint. Absolutely perfect.
The side kept it close to the rail, didn't it?
Or just better and made it come on an angle a bit closer to the 9. So I think, do you play this and run for a bit of foot?
A
the
little
11
bit
for
of
the middle?
run, yeah, that's what I would be doing.
Because you're playing at that
Otherwise
nice confident
you're in-
weight.
Otherwise, you're kind of in
No
the
man's
middle
land.
between the two balls.
You don't want to run too far. That's absolutely perfect. Absolutely
Chris-
perfect.
Chris's touch game has improved so much.
Yep.
Since I've seen him, but also when you make it a priority in your game.
Yep, that's for sure. So this is the ball, really. I think you could quite comfortably call the same ball.
And it goes just a wee
A soft
screwy.
screw, come back about
Where
6
the cue
inches,
ball is
6 inches past the cue ball, just so you're not stretching. You don't want to be leaning on the table, being a right-hander. You might even screw into the rail. I doubt it.
No, why would you want to do that? Not if you can make the angle so you're nowhere near the 7, maybe.
I thought that could have been a possibility. He's backing himself big time, so why not? Do you reckon he fist pumps? Do you reckon he's like, come on?
Yes, I do think he does, because they need it. They need it.
No.
Maybe a bit quieter. Maybe he'll set the balls up first.
He's got a wee smile on his face. They're giving them a wee grrr over in the
Maybe it just
mosh pit.
Maybe he just needs another frame, and then he'll start giving it the come on.
Oh, he just slapped Steve on the lap. He's like, come on. Just Steve quietly.
I think out of the two players, Chris is definitely killing the better.
I think he is currently, but he's had a lot of table time. Steve's letting him have all the table time, which is what you need to do.
Sort of can self-perpetuate,
Yep.
can't it? It's like a snowball.
Well, you get to the stage where you're like, I'm actually not missing. You don't feel like nothing you do, you're going to miss.
Also, you're hungry for the table.
Yep.
The opposition misses, you jump. You want to be the person to play the next shot.
Totally.
Even if it's not your shot, you want to play the shot, but then you realise that you've rollers in to be an advisor for your partner if he needs you.
Indeed.
He
Does
or
he
she
get one off the
needs
break,
you.
John?
I reckon he does.
Not the cue ball, I hope. Not the cue ball in this
Yes,
close
that's-
centre, you see. No, what a break. That cue ball. Look at that cue ball in the centre. Oh, it just got knocked, unfortunately. Shit.
He did all the basics right though, didn't
Oh, it was
he? That's
absolutely
exactly what you
perfect.
need, is to stop the cue ball somewhere near the middle of the
It was
table.
absolutely
and let
perfect,
the
apart
balls
from it got
fly.
knocked. He would have been in... Oh,
Well, he would have been
Great
on
shape.
for about 5 different balls.
yep.
As it is, it only looks like way 1 or 2
Oh,
perhaps.
it's a bit yucky. Bit yucky. Do you reckon they play like a safety now?
No,
I reckon you touch the
queuing's
9.
good enough. I reckon you try and pot one.
What do you like?
The 12.
I like the smalls though.
Do we breathe? Yes, in between each other talking.
Do we know who Super Tech is?
I should. I'm sure Super Tech's been on the chat before. I just cannot remember putting a name to the name.
We got a new name last night. Was it often fishing or something like that? And that's Corey Reid. He told me this morning. He was commenting. He was commenting when we were commentating yesterday or the day before. Was it yesterday? I can't remember. All the days go into one. Day before.
Day
No, we
before
didn't.
was when you
Yeah.
were doing the women's final.
Indeed, yeah. All the days go into one.
Ladies final.
It's a shame we haven't got the same numbers as that today.
How
But-
was it?
No, it's
No.
away.
Midweek, Dan.
It is indeed, yeah. What is it, Wednesday today, and just after dinner time? No, 8 o'clock.
Depends on which country you're from. If,
Yeah, we
it's-
had-
if you're from Spain, it's probably not even dinner time yet.
Was that so?
Yeah, they tend to eat later, like around 9 o'clock.
Wow, I didn't know that. That's interesting. Can we put a poll up to say who's going to be the winner of today match today? Who everyone thinks? We learnt we could do polls the other day, John.
Yeah, well, it's amazing what you know when you actually get shown stuff,
I
isn't
think
it?
that's a shocker.
I only learned this on.
I think that's a shocker. Thing is in no man's land here, John. That 10 doesn't. Is it the 10?
To 14.
And that one, yeah. The 14 doesn't pass the 13, does it? No.
I don't think it does. He's looking too long at it for it to pass.
He'd be down. He would have potted half a dozen balls by now if he could.
Even though he's not Adam Lilly, he still would have done that.
I've been giving people are giving me shit all day as always, but about how quick around the table I've been. Des Blair was saying, how I was moving so fast that I almost ran into the wrong table about 5 tables away. It's because I just scoot round the table. You know what I'm like when I'm playing well. I just scoot round the table, slide into my next shot.
Oh, is that what happened before, Sheldon? You tried to type a message and then you had to retract it. Okay.
My watch has stopped.
You don't need a watch. The time is now.
It is indeed. In the moment. Oh, we've had 3 votes each.
Hooking up off the shore.
That's
Is it your 5
That's him.
o'clock?
Hooking up off the shore, that's Corey Reid.
Must be your 5 o'clock then, Corey. Get them in.
It's great to see him playing with his daughter today.
Oh, brilliant.
She would have loved it, his younger daughter.
It's all pretty much all for her too.
Is she
isn't it?
11, I think we were saying?
Get there.
That's
Go
short.
legs.
Wow,
Pulled up horribly short. What do you do here? Do you take the 7 or the 1 here?
no. Put the 3 over the hole. If you can.
Sew it up.
Yeah. When you're in control, one of my sayings I like is when you're in control, you got to stay in control.
Yeah.
So
Or hammer the advantage
yeah.
home.
So you're 3-2 up. I was going to say you've got the best set, but I don't think you do have the best set. So you need to make it your best set.
Give yourself make yourself 1 shot closer to
Yep.
finishing.
Yeah, I agree. Super tech.
A lot of people will kind of say that too. They don't really. It doesn't worry them who wins as long as you see good pool.
Indeed. Yep. We were saying that when Kerry was playing JoJo in the quarterfinals last week in the ladies. We were just saying that it's a shame that it was that stage of the tournament. It wasn't the final, but it is what it is. And as long as they play a good game, that's all that matters. The 3 needs to go over this hole here. The 3 needs to go right over this hole. Cue ball right on the 10.
I'm guessing that's what he'd be looking at.
I
don't think he'd be trying to finish this.
He might be really backing himself, but it's not the right shot.
Well, it's not the percentage.
He's putting it
shot.
over the hole. But he might be trying to miss it by too much. He is.
Had to be looking for the half of the jaw, really.
I think so. I think you have to play it to be over the hole.
Jaw.
Yeah. I don't think it's left Steve or Chris the starter though. Oh, he'll just run up, flick the 10, leave the 10, leave the cue ball over the 9 and make him play the 3.
You try to force them into playing it.
And then they'll get it closer, and then you'll do the same shot again. They'll get it closer, and then they'll have to pot it.
And then it turns out to be a game of patience, doesn't it? It's what you get often in frames like this when you've got a ball over a hole, and you've left the opponents only on the balls that are covered, that you'll see a bit of patience going on.
I think it's definitely the shot. I think he has to play that. I don't know if he can play it as well as he would like, because it's really fine. What's he
She's
thinking?
11. You were dead right, Dan.
What is that? Yeah, with no dinner and bed.
She's going to tell you very, very nicely to get stuffed, I would say.
I'm pretty sure she's got her own own YouTube account, so she'll be saying something very quickly.
She was on the other night, wasn't
She was indeed. Rissa, wasn't it? That was her name. We thought it was Larissa, but it was actually
Marissa and
but it was
Michaela.
Marissa. Yeah, it was a good combination.
Yes, Healy. I wasn't going to say anything about that.
I like it, Healy. The tree.
Yeah, if you're Irish, it's the tree. It's to separate these. They've been married for far too long. They're in an unhealthy relationship. Split them.
Doubling.
Oh!
Doubling! Oh, you didn't!
Mother.
Sorry, I might have yelled in the mic a bit then.
So did I. It's okay. We both did it.
Oh, no.
We turned from commentators into cheerleaders momentarily.
Oh, wow, what an outcome. What a terrible outcome at that.
We were both looking at that thinking, oh, it's brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant, and it turned into a crock of shit.
Yeah, it's the duality of the game, isn't it? It's a bit of Slipknot for you.
Oh, it's shocking. Wow.
I'll tell you what though, that if you're wanting to inject real life into the game, in terms of it maybe being 3-all, and then you've got race to 2.
Okay, I like this option.
Play the 3 now. Play the
9. I was thinking this myself. I wonder, he's probably just going to screw back into the middle of the table, and it would be actually really perfect if he doesn't go off this 3.
He leaves it there.
Yeah,
for
be
15.
ideal. Oh, where's the cue ball? Well, oh, wow. He actually didn't cue that overly nicely. Not like the Steve we know.
He kind of stabbed at it, if anything. That's why he didn't get the action.
I agree. I think he's still okay. This is a big pot list, so he has to hit this good. Screw off the side rail for the 13. Oh, he's hit it good.
Like
Bit short though, but he's hit it good.
Has to do what his partner's been doing a lot of, just strapping them.
So these tables actually slowed down throughout the day. Now there's less people actually playing on them. They were playing really quick earlier, and within the last 3.5 hours, they've actually slowed down quite dramatically.
Is this because you don't have a game on them all the time?
I'm not sure. I think it's our outside environment too, because it has got colder throughout the day. He's run too far.
Needs to, whoa.
Oh,
gone too far.
no.
You did right, Dan. Nice and straight would have been perfect. That isn't nice and straight.
And if that ran a couple of rolls, it's in the middle. That cue ball was in the middle.
That was the other thing. You'd consider that he's unlucky maybe to be out of position, so to speak, but think of it the other way.
Okay, we look at it back that it all started with one bad position, turns into every shot will be a bad position. That's a great shot though. I didn't know he could get past the black.
Split the gap nicely there.
The big potless.
Probably put a wee bit of punch in it, just
I
to
don't know if
widen
he
the
will.
angle.
I don't. Oh, on that
the
ball
11.
then, yes, maybe just below middle, just to spread it a smidgen. Even though he was on the. Oh, was he on the rail? He was just off the
He
rail.
was just
wasn't
off the rail.
So he might have just played just below top then, just to spread it, just set ever so slightly.
What a big ball this is. I believe this rail runs away from the rail.
Oh, okay.
So I don't really know if you can play it too softly.
This is a big match ball, this.
So I saw this in the game, the other semi-final, between these guys and
He's playing
Jordan
it
and
confident.
Matt.
He's actually playing it half confidently though. It's close.
Can't hit it
That's
soft.
close.
He's hit it very, very nicely indeed.
That's very close. Doesn't get much closer than that. Oh,
3-all if this
wow.
goes.
That's massive. What a frame. And the
And
context.
have at it.
Come
There's
on.
a come on. It's not from Chris, it's from Steve.
What a frame in the context of things. That foul. That foul, John.
It's an outrageous foul.
Could that be the turning point? Could that
That was a brilliant shot to end up fouling though.
could that be the turning point of this match?
I reckon it could be. Do you think the pairing that was more favoured heading into this match were Chris and Steve?
Indeed.
They've gone down 3-1.
They've had the hard run in the draw.
Yeah. So, and then they've made it hard for themselves by going 3-1 down. But now that it's 3-all,
This
you
is
would
big.
have to have them as heavy favourites.
I still think it's still 50.
But-
It has to be 50-50 because it's only best of 3 now, technically.
But there's still at least 2 frames of pool to be played.
It's only best of 3, technically. What can happen? What can happen in these 3 frames, or even 2 frames?
Well, yeah. I mean, we've already seen how quickly a frame can change.
So Chris is to break. He needs one down, doesn't he? He
Oh,
needs one down.
definitely. Not like the final of the Kashmir Club Champions.
Oh, okay.
4-all in the final and he dry broke.
Oh wow.
And then Rob Tipper steps up and clears the table.
Who was playing with Rob? Were you playing with Rob?
Me.
Oh, well done.
I was like, oh, thanks, Rob, you can have this.
Was it a nice clearance?
It was.
Let's try. Let's try. Let's
Not
try,
got a
John.
ball. Would you believe it? Would you credit it?
Some would say, where's the cue ball going, John? But why? Where are the balls going, John? Nowhere.
They're up to nothing.
Oh, what's the set? It's got to be small.
Just having a look.
It's got to be small.
Yeah, I
Does that 5 go to the
agreed.
middle? Do you reckon you can drop that 5 in the middle?
5 goes in the middle, yeah.
So you start with the 4 for the 7 for the 2. You want to be just off the rail. Give yourself.
Would you take the slight risk and try to promote the 7, or
No.
would you just run?
No
run
need
in
to.
and
These
just run the
tables are
7
running.
down the
These
rails?
tables are running awesome. No need to. He might be though. He is. But I think these tables. Oh wow.
2
Okay.
next.
Wow. I don't think he's on it, is he?
I think he's okay.
I
It's
actually
not-
think that's the wrong option. Because that 7's going to be, could be the one that later in the frame that could be a bit yucky. I like playing my hardest ones early. That's why I looked at the 5 to see if that was on. If that's on, you don't have to get it out. You can drop in the 3 and be on it. Or, oh, look at that! Look
That's
at
a
that!
beautiful shot. I didn't even think he could get to it.
Well, we actually hit the 10 on the way through.
He hit it
but-
so well that he went through the 10.
Yeah, the top kept going. This is a fine cutlass, but it's still there.
My thought was though, with the 6 and the 1 where they were, you had 2 balls there.
Yeah.
For the 7 naturally, if you got back onto it.
Is he canning straight into that 14? Bang, yep.
Makes the 6 a bit harder.
A little bit. I
If we
Still,
can manage to avoid the 6 and the 14 would be good here.
so do you mean like try to get on another ball, or would you like to get on the 6 now?
Well, I don't think you'd want to hit the 6 unless it's a wee feather.
So would you like to cannon into the 1, pot the 1 and stun to get on the 6 and then play the 5 for the 3 for the black?
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
So just a soft screw, maybe a little bit of bottom right, and maybe at worst hit the 14.
Yeah, that's where I'm thinking. Leave yourself the natural angle as
Yep, just so you
opposed
can
to
drop
on the
it in.
rail.
So you can drop the 5 in, drop the 3 in. He might be screwing straight into the 14.
Well, he's left himself the angle.
Pretty much as we said, but yeah,
It's
not bad.
Probably a wee bit more angle than he would like.
I don't mind it. If he could drop this
But-
5 in the middle, I don't know if it's on. He's
That
not
being
looking
said,
at
he's
it.
pretty much guaranteed to be on the 3 or the 5 if he
Yeah,
pots
but
this.
oh, it's yucky.
He just needs to watch his cue ball because there's a possibility of the in off.
Indeed, indeed. I think he plays just a little bit of right hand side on this just to hold him off the rail. But I think he can hold. Dropping it in dead weight.
Well, you said before the tables aren't as fast as they used to be. Maybe that helps him.
Quite possibly. Otherwise you could look at playing this across and back. Even though it's slightly
Spread it
awkward
more.
bridging.
Yeah.
Has to drop it in. See, he's held well. He might not even get. See, he didn't even get there.
He hit it too fat.
But the
Is
cue
what
didn't
it
get
was.
there too.
He would have had a shot on the 5.
Oh, for sure.
Definitely.
Okay, this puts the pressure on Stevie now. Stevie D come to the table with his cue in hand.
Grant Loveridge with a message of support for Steve. In fact, there's a couple of people have actually messaged to say shot Steve or go Steve. A very popular man is Steve Denton.
Indeed he is,
Not
indeed he
just
is.
because of his ability to play pole, but as a human being as well. He's top drawer.
Oh, lovely fella. Him and his wife and his kid.
I believe they just celebrated their, what was it, 30th? Was it 20th wedding anniversary?
Yeah, something like that. Wonderful
20th
feat.
wedding anniversary.
Wonderful feat, that.
So congratulations to Julie and Steve Denton.
Wonder if he is doubling this 14 back to where the 3 pocket is. Or is he doubling it to the middle? I have to double it back to where the 3 is.
He's kind of in between shots, isn't he?
There needs to be
He
out
may
of there.
not even play the 14, but I would anyway because it's not very good where it is.
He's doubling it. Don't move that 5. Don't move that 5, Steve.
You'd want to miss wide the other side, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Don't hit this 5 at all.
Didn't move the 5, but unfortunately the cue ball's pretty much spot on for the 5.
The issue is, I think it's only a drop in this 5. Okay, I have a wee look at it from up in the commentary box that we have, and I think that 5 is slightly easier than it looks on camera.
Also, the angle should mean that if he comes
Naturally
off
come
the
off.
rail anyway, he should be on the 3.
Yep, you only have to be where the 5 is now, and you're on it, I think. Maybe a couple of an inch more and you're perfect on it.
Well, the 15 being right near the rail is a good thing, because if it's off the rail, the 3's harder to get on.
Indeed. Oh, he's not playing it.
Well, you know what other shot he could play? Double the 3 onto the 6.
Oh, I don't like it, John.
But I'm not too sure about it, though.
Oh, what happened there? Did you see that?
We just flat missed it.
I seen it. Can we have a replay of that, please? Oh, you don't have replay.
I was
Done it.
looking at the comment that
Okay,
Grant
so
had
he
made.
miscued. He miscued. The cue ball jumped, and the 6 jumped as well. So it hit the back of the pocket and come out.
Okay, geez, I've never seen that. I've seen the ball come out of the pocket.
But because
But
he
not
hit
like
it,
that.
it must have hit really high of the pocket, so it never went in the pocket.
Oh, so it hit the
Because he miscued.
high point.
Yes, and then it
bounced
just
back
comes straight back out. So it never went in the pocket. But it still should have gone in. Get the 14 out of there, and you're looking great.
That's-
Oh, what a shot. What a shot.
Wow, that's a sexy wee kiss.
And I believe that 15 does pass the 3. What a mistake. What an absolute mistake by Andrew.
It's funny how, well, you saw his partner do something,
Yep.
which is not so much a mistake, it was a wee bit unlucky.
Unfortunate, but yeah.
But massive in the context of the frame.
In the match.
Now we've got Now we've got Andrew doing much the same thing.
Okay, my route. What's your route? I see my route as 12, 9, 15. Because the 15 is one you can dribble down. You know, I don't want that 15 as my last one, because if I don't get position right, then
I'm thinking...
are you going to go up the other end?
Yeah, I was thinking 10, 13, 15, but...
My issue with that is if you don't get perfect... Oh, I thought he could have got into that slightly more, but no, I think he has to go down now.
One of the biggest problems I've got with this, I think it's Richie Wood.
Yep, 50th
Richie Woody's
today.
birthday, yeah. The problem I've got with this is that he's kind of railroading himself into the 15 last.
Yes, and I don't quite like that. It's not bad, but it's a do or die shot at that stage. You have to actually play position on the black. That's my issue with it.
It's not so much the fact that it's
So not just
more
dropping the
difficult
pot in,
shot.
you actually might have to play left-hand side in it to hold or something like that. That's a great starter.
It's a rail.
Oh, where's the cue ball? Not bad.
Imagine if he'd managed to get on the 15 there.
I don't think that was anticipated. He's just cueing it really nicely. He's just backing himself big time.
13, if it's off straight, it's got to be your ball, doesn't it?
Oh, for sure.
If it's off straight. Even if it's straight, maybe you back yourself and cue low on it.
Sexy wee kiss it was, John. Was that what your partner says, John?
Yes.
Oh!
Yeah, it wasn't straight, and he ran through it nicely.
I got a bit nervous there for him.
Do you think he was going to truck and
Oh,
trailer?
I don't know. He just got a bit closer to that jaw than I liked. He knew exactly what he wanted to do. This is where I have that issue with getting on the 15. Because if you don't play this right, you're too fine. If you don't play this right, you're snooker behind the 5. You've got two things that could go wrong.
Is this if you're playing it now?
No, I liked it really early. You're playing to get on it now. But
Which is
you've
difficult.
got margin. You haven't got a hell of a lot of margin for error. You need to be where that chalk mark is, maybe slightly up. Slightly up from that chalk mark. He's slightly short. See? I see the chalk mark on the table. and I
Yeah,
see
you were
that.
wanting them to be somewhere between
Slightly.
that and
Yeah,
the middle pocket.
slightly, but pretty close to where I said. But I think he's going straight into the black here. Oh.
If he goes into the black, it's not automatically
No, he's
bad though, is
he's
it?
missing the black, but he's going to be really straight on it. Like he's going to be parallel to it.
It's going to be on that
Yeah,
sort of
that
string
line. Yeah. Depends how he plays it. It looks like he's playing a bit on the right hand side, just to stick to the rail, but it's off the rail. These are missable, these, John.
Oh, they're always missable. We just have to be. Oh, not for Chris.
Oh,
that's beautiful.
that's classy. That right hand side to stick it to the rail.
I wonder if he was deliberately running into the 6 there.
I think he was playing side
To
at least
hold,
to
to kind of
run
hit
the
6
ball,
and hold the
yeah,
cue ball.
keep the cue ball. Oh look, the votes have changed big time now.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
Big pot
As the
this
frame
one.
goes on, they will.
Big pot this. No gimme this. He's taking his time.
What speed do you play this? Do you play it just harder
Not dead.
than-
No, not dead weight. You don't play it dead weight. You play it just firmer. So he'll hit the back of the pocket. That's about it.
Some people play these quite slowly. Often I do. and
I play it just past pocket weight. So pocket weight plus probably a foot, maybe, or let's say 7 or 8 inches. So it would get there and some.
And you're not having to rely on the table so much.
I think he plays this a little bit firmer. I think he'll hit the back of the pocket, just like that. Perfect. Exactly how I'd play it.
That's the weight. That's the pot.
Exactly how I would have played it. That's the weight. A confident weight, positive weight. Wow, that's massive. 4-3 up. 3 frames on the swing. Can they make it 4 to win the match?
Yeah, you do remember that they were 3-1 down at one point. Momentum arrow very definitely is with them now.
Whose break is it? Who goes to break? Hammond to break.
Be Hammond.
When I hear
Andrew Hickey did break quite well last time though, didn't he?
He did indeed. When I hear Hammond, I always think of Richard Hammond. Top Gear.
From Top Gear. Yeah, well, I don't watch Top Gear, so
No, I don't
I know
either.
who he is, obviously.
Yeah,
But
I don't either, but I have heard it in the past. I don't think he's. I believe he's actually not on Top Gear anymore.
Well, that's the gear that this Hammond, and
Well, while
Hickey
we're
will be
waiting, we
looking
might
to
as well
hit.
thank our generous sponsors, John.
Yeah,
We're
running
just
just
rolling
down the
down the
bottom
bottom.
of the screen.
Do you want to kick us off? We missed Amcor.
Amcor, Austin Farrier supplies for your horses. You want your horses shoed.
Christchurch Accountancy and Tax Services.
Used to be Keith Thorpe, but now he lives in England.
Okay.
DJ Purdon Builders, that's Darren Purdon.
Yep. Fitzgerald Motors, that's just down the road here in Hornby.
The Lolly Shop. Need More Firewood, that's the Bowens.
Of course, the Bowens, yep.
On Q, which is Daryl Chambers.
Yep. Paul Renwick Joinery, that's John Renwick's company. He's part of the company.
Pete's Painting, that's Pete Wilson.
And Ultra Fit Out. So I don't know who that is, but that's a great sponsor to have. Thank you very much, everyone. We wouldn't be doing this without you.
Yeah, put your time, put your money where the pool is. Make it that much better for all. And what's more, you get to see the labour of your.
This is the biggest frame of the week. This is the biggest
hard
frame of the
work
week.
for your
This.
labour.
That's dry. That's dry. Wow.
She's not got a ball.
That's yucky too. That's
She's not
really yucky. Big's the set only because of that 11.
Yeah, but that's not easy to get on, is it? It's
No.
the 13 and maybe the 14 if you want it, but the 13.
Two options I see. If that 4 and 11 plants, you play the 12 onto it. If it doesn't, you slot the 13 or the 14. Well, that's three options.
I don't think the plant's on. I don't think Chris likes the overs
Oh, he's
anyway.
Oh, okay, so the 3 will go off the 11. So that's what he's thinking. At some stage, the 3 will go off the cush off the 11.
I think it's to see he's at a point where he backs himself enough that even though he's not got the set that he would like, he's still happy to be on the set because he's at the table.
Plays for the 3 now. Oh, he's played the apps. Ooh, I was going to say he's played that perfect. I think it's good.
I
I
think he
think I
might
would
have
like to
ran
be
a
a-
touch too far.
Yeah, I would have liked to be coming off the rail a bit more.
It's
Big
kind of
potless.
having to make the angle if that's what
Yeah,
you mean.
cutting it back slightly. Yes. So you don't actually see your line where you're hitting. It's got the legs. Oh.
Had the legs, it just didn't have the line.
He might not have been even trying to put that off the 11. Because I would have played that a bit firmer just to move that 11 away. He might have just been dribbling that over the hole.
Just to try and get some more
Yep, security. Win the
security
match.
for the frame. Indeed.
Frame and match.
Looking for a dribble here.
Good starter.
In or over, that's a good starter, yep.
But what do we do now? Got a bit of strife up. Oh, 15. But I'm
I
trying.
reckon it's the 13 next.
It's quite fine.
Yeah, but what I'm thinking is that the
That's
cube
one of your
might
hard
go
ones.
straight into the 5 and leave them stuck on the 5.
You don't think it's going to hit the 14? I think it goes straight into that
It
14.
could hit the 14.
Because by the time a bit of top works, you're heading into that 14, aren't you? He's playing the 15, isn't he?
That's what it looks like.
It's hard to tell from here. No, 14. None of them. None of the ones we said. Stevie D.
That's about as ugly a result as you could ever think of.
I can agree.
I don't think he was trying to put it there.
Yeah, you know what? I've just seen what they're thinking. I think that's what they're thinking. It's what I just seen straight away. Play the 7 off the outside third of the 12 and push the 12 to the rail, and the 7 will be on. So the outside third.
The only problem I see with this, it may make the 11 on past the 3.
No, you're not going to be hitting the 11. You're going to be outside it, just like that. Wonderful shot. Wonderful
Yeah, no,
shot.
that's just as you described. I thought that was going into the 11.
No,
but
just
no,
hit
he played
just
it
hit
well
enough for that, so it spread out slightly. Played it absolutely perfect. They're chasing now.
Oh, big time.
What's that? You're amazing. You know it, mate.
Well, they've got the 14 there. If they can manoeuvre this...
It goes close, yeah.
If they can manoeuvre this to be straightish on the 15, because the 15 and the 14 are far enough away from each other,
They're going to kick it off the
can
rail,
use
John.
the 14.
They're kicking it off the rail.
Well, it's almost a plant.
Yeah, so they're kicking it. But wonder if they're playing it hard, or wonder if they're dribbling it over there and making Steve play the 5, and then they're going to play their shot.
Yeah,
So
I don't think that he's going to try and splat this. I reckon he just tries to play it for the weight.
Yep, gets it near there. And if it's near there, Steve's only on the 5.
Just be a nuisance.
Oh.
Line's wrong.
Spanner in the works. Free ball.
Well, if it's not, it's really good. Because the 5's the only ball he can play, and it's hard.
I think that's a free ball.
Might be stuck on 15, you reckon?
Yep.
Don't have to be married to it for it to be a free ball, but
Play it again. That's the call.
yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all.
Do you know what you're doing? Do you know what you're doing? Hammond and Hickey situation. You mess this game up as much as you possibly can.
Try to push the 15
Yep.
over there as well.
Right next to that 14, you just mess this frame up big time, and you make them make a mistake. They won't make a mistake, but they're going to try their hardest. So they're in the strife now. This matches Steve's and
You might as
Chris's.
well you tie the whole frame up.
You might as well mess the whole frame
Mess
up.
the whole frame up. Give
And then,
yourself a chance
and then you
to
pot
win
a
it.
couple of balls, and then you try to get a free ball. I don't know what he's doing.
He's taken 13 by the look of it.
Dropping it in the middle, and that's missing. Okay, the next shot is you need to get the 2 away from the black. So
Put
either
a 5 into it, or I
or you
don't.
might just be able to hit it and leave them only on the 15.
If you can see the 2, yes. If you can't, then I think if you really want the 2 out, you'd need to play the 5 into it.
I think he just dead weights into this 2. Dead weights into the 2. Dead weight only leaves them on a bridging over top of the 15. Black for the 15. Dead weights into the 2.
Must be on it then.
Dead weight. He was playing a little bit firmer than dead weight, but played it similar to how I predicted.
Live weight. As opposed to dead weight, yeah.
Live weight.
Comments got legs.
A little bit firmer than I would have liked, because it's actually a little bit closer to that 9, but it's not bad.
Well,
It puts the ball in their court big time, Denton and Gary.
it makes the 2 available for them.
Yep.
The rest of the frame, well, the rest of the ball's looking a bit fugly. Why not make one on? So
Yep.
you've actually got another option.
Indeed. You just have to dribble this over the hole. Yep. Ugh.
You were hoping right over the hole,
Well,
weren't you?
I don't like them like this. They need to be over their hole, John. That they're nearly dropping. That they don't, you have to call ball and play. That's over the hole.
Yeah. So you force the referee to acknowledge you.
Yep. You can hit right into that jaw and you know you're missing, but still be right over that hole.
Because that's all your weight.
It's all about touch. Yep. Touch and knowing where you're hitting exactly. There are shots that will win you tournaments then.
Yeah, knowing how to play the weight, generally, as the touch players tend to win out, don't they?
Indeed.
Because of their ability to get the ball exactly where they want it.
Steve's has one of the best touch games you'll see. So does Simon.
Simon Singleton,
Yep.
yeah.
Baden, and they're all top of the game for a reason. Because they know what they can do, they've got the touch when they need it. This is a great shot. Over or in. Don't want it to be on the top rail, still there.
Yeah, it's not quite on the rail, is it? It's sort of inside the jaw slightly to make it a little bit easier to pot.
Too much live weight.
Too much live weight, as the background commentators say. I love your enthusiasm.
So what do you do here? Pot these 2.
You have to pot them all. Pot every ball you can see and run up to the 11. Or push the 12 in.
Make it an even uglier frame.
Make it ugly and make them push the pressure on them. Push the 12 in. I don't see the point of getting it out. I love a safety game, John. I love a safety
I tell you
game.
what, that could have been. If he'd hit the black slightly the other side, it could have actually pushed it so the 15's in the
Yeah, that
way.
would have been
Maybe
right.
that's what he was trying to do.
I love a safety game, John. I had a few this weekend. Not this week
I
so
do
far.
as well. I know that sometimes viewers don't like them,
Yeah,
but it's to understand it is to really know the essence of these rules.
I actually quite like being the underdog in a frame like this. No, and you never do, but it's when you win them. Like, I'm mapping it out like 5 or 6 shots ahead. I know I need to pot that 9, pot that 12, pot the 15 and run up and touch that 11 on the free, meaning that they're going to get the 4 out and then you're in strife.
Well, it also means that if they miss, you've got a free ball.
So they're pushing the 14 to the top rail to leave a gap, I'm guessing. Oh,
Hello.
wow. The 5's still there. He's still there. Oh, the 4 might be.
The 4 might be on, you know, but that's
Wow.
why you need the ball right near the pocket.
Wow.
The 5's near the pocket.
This is
but
massive.
It's a bit harder now that it's not right there.
No, exactly right.
But also because he didn't get the cue ball position off the split.
I don't know what his plan was there. I think it could have been that, but I think they went too early.
I do too. I reckon there's a couple more shots in
Yep,
it
2 or
before
3.
that.
They need to get their balls in perfect position. Maybe because they've seen the Blacks in play now that was time. If he can hit this 11, that's mint. Oh, he played the plant.
Oh, he hit that beautifully. There was every chance of a foul shot there.
Yeah, he had that a lot thicker than I thought he could.
Had the referee over his shoulder. He had to bridge over the ball.
That 2, see, that 2's not as good as it looked. Like 2 minutes ago. That 2's actually the one that's could make it difficult this game. He has to hit this really good.
I'm just wondering if you even take the 2 now.
Can you hold?
You should be able to. I reckon you hit the outside of the 12.
If you can, you might
The
even hit.
right-hand
You might
side
even
as we
miss.
see
You
it.
might even miss it and hit the black. You might even miss it and hit the black. Oh no, you're hitting. Oh, you hit it.
Ball.
Oh, that was very
far.
fine. Wow, that's a great shot. Just has to get that cue ball out of danger now.
There's 1, 2, 3 balls in the way.
Just have to be out of danger. It's got to be. Yeah,
Is it just top left?
I think middle left. I think you need to get it closer to that bolt. I think you need to get it closer to that bolt because top left you could get too close to the 9. He's getting.
Yeah, you end up. Yeah, to hit the diamond.
Yep. So you aim for the bolt. You want to get out and you want to get the low side of the 9. You don't want to be high side of the 9 because you can coming towards the cush to make the 5 harder. You need to be low side of the 9. That's awkward.
By which he means he.
Closer to the cush.
Yeah, he wants. By which Dan means he wants the cue ball to run between the 9 and the cushion.
Yep.
As opposed to the other way around. It's a tighter angle on the 5.
He might hit this 9. He might hit the 9 here. Oh,
Oh,
oh, he
dear.
didn't. Oh, no. He didn't. He didn't. He did.
He kind of punched down into it and it took
It
everything
jumped.
off, didn't it?
Wow, that's a shocker.
And also, as you said, if it jumps, it's not really got much of a chance for the side to take, does it?
Did he pot this 5? Double kisses it. Goes up and down. Double kisses it. And pots it.
If he hits it, I reckon he pots it.
You know, he played the best shot, one of the best shots you ever see today. He was snookered. He played a terrible shot, just like that. We'll say, just like that. But he snookered himself on the black. He come off the cush and potted it inside the ball that was only half a pocket available. Just like that.
So he's got prior with these.
Yep. It's shots where you shouldn't make a mistake. He made the mistake by overthinking it probably. He was going to play it the first way that he wanted to, but I think he overthought it a little bit.
Got in his own head. This is so big.
I think he's going wide. I think he's too wide.
You're thinking maybe he's going off a second rail.
It's hard to tell from up here. That's too wide, John. That's too wide. And he'll be playing it with right hand side too. If I know him well enough. It's too wide. See?
He's missed that by a long
Country
way.
mile. Look.
He's missed it by nearly the full length between the 2 diamonds.
You pot this. I pot this 5. I always pot the ball.
Do you reckon? I don't think so. I reckon you.
Because you can't get safety on the 5, but you can get safety on the black.
I wouldn't be worried about safety. I'd be just trying to finish this.
I'm finishing it. I'm finishing it regardless, but I always look
And
at
I'll-
second option.
And I would play quite possibly the 9 first.
9 to the middle.
9 to the middle. Get
Yep.
rid of that because the 9's blocked in both corner
9
pockets.
for the 15. The 15's one awkward one, so it's 9
Yeah,
for the
9,
15.
15. Come out a little bit for the 12. Or come out more for the 14 or the 11. You've got options.
You could be right
no matter
there.
where you leave.
It needs to be the 15 now.
Yeah, it's
It
15
needs to
now
be.
for the
Because you've got 2
14,
options.
11.
If you overhit it, you're on one of them. If you underhit it, you're still on one of them. But you want to overhit this. If anything, you overhit this. Just don't go on off in the middle if you overhit it.
15.
Oof.
That's
That'll
not
do. That'll do.
ideal, but
It makes it
works.
difficult. It makes it more difficult because that black, the 12 for the black, that's your shot.
I think the 12 for the black, I think, was the shot anyway.
Yes,
it's
but
just
now
been
it's
made harder.
Now you're gonna have to load it up with top or something. He's commanding them in the pocket, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean they're going in without
Hesitation.
Yeah, he's guiding it into the pocket.
Yeah. So Ryan said that he thought Chris could have screwed that back. Possibility, but I still think there was danger. I thought he could just like punch it like he did, but because he actually punched it, it jumped. And he got on top of the ball.
Because he's having to queue over the top.
Yep,
the
so
ball,
he
it plays into the cushion, into the felt.
Yep, so
jumps.
Yeah, we got Mr. Bowen coming over here.
No, not me, mate.
That's
No, we
a
weren't
bit
asking you
Oh,
to come over
hello.
here, mate.
Hang on. Look at where the 5 is.
Is it? Okay, we've had Mike Bowen come out and he said there's a big hole.
I was just thinking.
He could drive his train through there apparently.
I was just thinking about that too.
I don't know.
He's left himself nice and straight.
I didn't realise it was that close. Big pot this. This is to go 4-all. This is massive.
Don't take these for granted.
Oh,
it's
no.
a big pocket, but play this
It's
like
a big pocket, but it's not a massive pocket.
exactly. It's missable. You've got to play this. Pick a position and play it to there.
Oh, he's missed it.
No.
Oh,
but
wow.
he got the rub.
Missed it, buddy.
Wow.
He missed it, but he got the rub.
Shit, this is full of everything, this game. Full of everything.
That hit the rail way before it should have done, but he hit enough of
because-
the 5 for it to sit there.
It's because he was so flat. Because that black was so flat, it didn't bounce, even though he hit the rail. So if your black was 2 inches off the rail more, that will come out an extra 2 inches. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because you were so
it's closer
flat.
to the rail.
Yeah. So no matter where you hit down that rail, as long as you go past the middle, you still should be okay.
Yeah, and he's just sucking in the big ones after that. It's like he's ran a couple of 100-metre sprints in a row.
Okay, so Steve, they're both in the way, but I think I know what they're doing. They've only got one option. Screw the cue ball with bottom right and get it in between the jaw and the black. It's your
Yeah.
only shot. Only option.
Unless you're wanting to try and have a flail at it.
No. I
Don't think so.
if
though.
I'm going to lose a game, I would rather lose it by playing attacking, but I think there's a safety here. Steve's going for it. He's whacking it. If in doubt,
He's whacking it.
whack it about. That black's going in.
Tell you what, he was not far away from getting that safety.
It looked like he was about to whack it. Okay. Do you know what way you play this? You play it opposite to you think you can do. Because it's that close to it. You have
can
to
hit it full and
you
it'll still drop.
You have to aim for us. It's because how friction works. You have to
Yeah,
aim
it'll-
for us.
yeah, 'cause
He's playing it the
it'll-
wrong way. This is going to get further away from the pocket. It might still go.
Yeah, well played.
It still goes because of the knuckle. Because
Point taken.
it was that close to the pocket, but he played it the wrong way.
Hell in the fire.
Because it naturally will grip in off the,
Yes.
the jaw and go in. So
would have
we've
had
got
its
a
own-
frame. We've got one frame for all the cheese.
Wow.
All the cheddar on one frame.
Steve,
Get hype.
who breaks?
150 viewers.
Great, love to see it. Do we toss
Yeah.
why don't we just toss a coin?
Someone recommended that.
The 5 to get to the black.
Just got a debate happening.
Oh
off.
yeah, I think he could have played middle left and got out and hit that rail.
We're just having
But
a
the
wee
cue ball
debate
jumped.
as
So the
to
cue ball jumped.
whether Chris should have played with bottom or
off
with
angle.
top on
Off angle,
where he ended
straight
up
into the
snookered on the
base.
5. Because Ryan King was suggesting he screw back.
Oh,
and
but he was
Graham Cole off camera is suggesting that he screw back.
But I think he was slightly off angle screwing into them bigs.
Are you going to put your name forth for that,
Good
John?
time for a streak. That's what John, the Potter Gower, says.
Oh, I'm now casting my eye over the room.
Who would you want to be the streaker? Not many in here, to be honest.
That's a dangerous question, Dan.
Yeah, who's your
Yes.
streaker? who's your streaker, John?
You are.
Nathan Geddes just he just
He just put his name forth.
Got $1 in my pocket. That one up there. Yuck.
I'm going to stay out of this.
You could get yourself in a lot of trouble.
Yes, I'm going to stay well out of this.
Yeah, it's not worth it just on a bit of commentary. It could be heard from everyone and anyone.
Yeah, I'm going to get nailed to the bloody wall if I'm not careful.
Yeah. So I think all 4 of them are going to the bathroom, but only 3 of them.
Is that another word to work off?
Oh no. What?
Adam Lily. It does, John. What are you saying?
Adam Lily would be a good striker. Is Adam Lily still in the building? I don't believe so.
No, I think he's left.
Quite some time ago. Adam and Joe and Joseph. Oh.
I think Joseph's still here.
I haven't heard him. You can hear him from a mile away.
This is also true.
And you can see him from a mile away too, to be honest. Come on, Christopher! Come on, Stevie! I don't think you heard that on the mic.
You heard it on this mic. Anyway, allegiances aside,
I'm not
9th
biased
frame.
I'm not biased at all. No, I'm not.
9th frame, Stevie to break.
The
He's
best
banished Chris to the underworld because he didn't pot a ball off his previous
Did
break.
he use a shark rack? I don't believe so.
He used the shark rack
Oh, he did.
on the
That's
normal
dry.
rack.
That's dry, John. Wow.
Are you kidding?
Wow. Wow.
Really?
Who goes to the table? It has to be Greg. Has to be Greg. It is.
I think Greg's the better clutch player of the two.
He's clearing. This is over. This is over, John.
You reckon?
This is my call. It's over.
Which set does he take?
Big ones.
He takes the bigs?
The 14's a one awkward ball, but I think he lands on that early. Soft screw, gets on the 4. Oh, he's just backed himself. Wow.
Get on the 10 now, maybe.
I don't like the 10. Their 10's
The
yucky.
10's, yeah, it's not very nice. If you're going to take it though, take it now. If you're still backing yourself, take it now.
There's only one Chris Geary. There is indeed. Thank God for that. We wouldn't want more than one. Stun run here. Oh, he's missed it. Where's it going?
No, he's missed it. I was about to say he might get lucky, but he lifted up big time on that.
Let's see if there is only one Chris Geary. If he can pull something out of the bag.
That was a horrible lift after
Absolute
he
shocker.
chewed that.
Absolute shocker.
He lost all his shape.
Okay, so the 6 is your starter. Can you get the 3 into play straight away?
Well, that's the shot I'd be playing. It looks straight enough to run naturally into the 3.
Yep.
It's just where does the 3 go?
So you could actually use the 9. I like using the 9 here. So you're pushing the 9 down the rail, you're creating more angle, and then the 4 goes in there. It gives you a pocket for the 4. So you're creating angle by playing off the 9.
You're creating an extra shot too.
Oh, I just seen it.
Dirty double
because
kiss
the
go.
4 might actually go past the black to the corner. I'm just going to have a quick look while I'm up here.
It's a bit difficult to see from where I am, but Dan's just had a look.
The 4's on past the black. That's
4's
the
on
last
past the
ball.
black.
It's unfortunate
Okay.
to get the double kiss on the 3.
Yeah, he would have been playing 100% to try and move the 3
Or just kick it into play.
closer to the hole, or kick it.
Kick it into play, but he got the double kiss. He only had to be 10 mil either side and he was good. Screwing into it.
Yep.
He's hit that good,
Oh,
but too
he's-
good.
He actually picked it too cleanly.
I'm hoping. Oh,
The 4 would have been on too
Yeah.
for the opposite corner pocket had
he
the
hit-
3 not got
he
in
hit
the
that
way.
very sweet. Wonder if that one's on. Awkward bridging,
The
but
one's
wonder if that
on.
one's on. It is on? Yep.
The one's on for sure. You're reminding me of my little brother with all of your excitement.
I'm very excited.
My little brother's like this whenever he gets anywhere near something that excites him.
I love
It's
it.
like, oh, is this on? Is this on?
4 all, I love it.
You're a wee bit younger than him too.
Am I indeed? Yeah, that's funny.
He's 29,
okay.
but he's
Yeah.
still got that childlike energy.
He's looking at the plant. Plant for cue ball. Plant for cue ball? No.
As in you wanting the...
Yeah, cue ball back towards the 5. But
I
no,
wouldn't even try for the plant.
this is the shot. This could be match ball. This
Well, we thought
either way.
the shot that Greg played was match ball, but how things change. No, he's missed
that.
it.
The 13 is not on there though. That's the one positive he can take out of this. He's played it soft enough that the one's still in Kui.
Yeah, and it's in the way. But now it's Andrew Hickey's shot, and
Can he handle the pressure?
well, what do you do? Do you play the 14 first, or do you back yourself and take the 10?
14 to get on the 14 to try to get on that 15. 13.
Try and do it now.
Yeah. Get on the hardest ball you can. And I don't know if it's possible because you don't want to hit that 14 hard. Yeah, commentator's curse, I reckon.
Yeah, far be it from us to ever do that.
But the best part is we are miles away from the table, so no one can hear us no matter how loud we are.
Well, there's a fair bit of music and stuff
Yeah.
happening as well.
Good starter.
Double, maybe.
No.
You wouldn't think so. It's on, but you wouldn't think so.
Don't know what he's doing. He's in no man's land.
He's landed on nothing, really.
He's in no man's land.
I don't think the 10's on.
No.
The 12 may
12
pass, but it's
12, 10.
awkward.
Oh, yuck. It's no man's land. It's shocking. He might be able to pull something out of it. Man, imagine a double here.
Double 13 to miss the 1 and go between the 5 and the 7.
Oh. Wouldn't the crowd go wild?
Yes, indeed. The crowd would go wild if he gets it. If he plays it and gets it.
He's a bit nervous. You can see him just not
The
sure.
North Island Peers champ is in the house. Oh, Phil Brazier.
Oh, goody.
Oh yeah, congratulations,
Well
Phil,
done,
to
Phil.
you and Nick for winning the North Island Peers.
Following it back a few years, aren't we? From
Hell
when we
yeah.
last won it. When was it? Early 2000s, I think
Phil
I heard.
Brazier.
Yeah. Did I hear it early 2000s? 2002 or something like that? I think that I might have heard that on the commentary. I could be wrong, but if you correct us, it'd be wonderful, Phil.
Oh, he will if he's heard you.
Yeah, they're not a bad option. Not a bad option.
I think
But
the one's still on.
what? Steve starts with the one here. This is. Oh, I don't want to say this is game ball, but it's
Don't-
not.
well, don't
there's so,
then.
there's
Don't
so,
say
there's
it.
so many shots here. This is not easy.
As you're not Big Brother, it's not game ball. Dissuade yourself of that notion.
But I just feel like big shots like this can be, because once you 1992,
Are you
20. I was 10 years
30 years ago, okay.
old. Wow, that's pretty awesome, Phil. Well done,
Hey,
mate.
big ups to you, Phil.
That's massive. Before I was born, and you would have only been next to
6.
nothing. Yeah. Wow.
I think he's just trying to steal himself on this because
Stop
he
it,
knows
Dan.
it's,
Yeah, I reckon.
he knows it's such a big ball. He's just trying to give himself that
He's just looking at
mental
the. He's just looking at the right options. He's looking at what he should be playing. The one is the shot. You know that. We know that, but you just have to do it.
Yeah, the question is, does the player know that?
He does.
Usually
He's
the
looking
player
at it.
does know it.
But does he only have half a pocket to play for? What's he doing? He's putting the cue ball on the top rail
Oh, he's
behind
going
the
to play
13.
safe, is he?
I don't like this.
No, I don't either. I think the balls are too open for that.
That one's
I
not
reckon
on.
he's
That
got-
one's not on. That's why he's not playing it, I don't think. He's playing for the. Ooh. I have to cut the
gonna play
5 down.
Cut the 5, yeah. So the thing about
Hey, Super
13
Tech, can you
being
please tell
there.
us who you are? We still don't know for the last week. It'd be awesome to know. He might just be and want to be quiet and not tell anyone, so he can keep talking. He can talk a bit of shit.
I think it's feasible. Imagine if he clips the 1 off this, the 13
13,
off this.
even that, yeah. This is big. So do you play slightly cush first then, so you can create that angle?
Oh, that's what I'd be doing. Oh, lovely weight.
Wow, what a shot! What a shot!
You know what though? 10 slowly. Give yourself the angle
Oh,
on
that's a great.
12.
That's a great option.
He's left just enough of a pocket for the 12 to maybe fit in there.
Oh, you can drive your train in there.
You could drive a logging truck through there. He's
No.
a she, by the way.
He is a
so
she,
on
by the way. Where are you from, Super Tech? Obviously, we know everyone knows you more than
not-
likely.
Oh, not Sarah.
Tinkler.
Sarah Tinkler, is it? Sup, Shaden?
G'day, bro. It's a shame that. Oh, he played Piers. Didn't play Piers.
Didn't he? Did. He played with his dad. No, he didn't play with his dad. Sorry, that was Sam.
I don't think Shaden did play Pierce.
No, he didn't.
He's done what he's done what you're thinking.
This is the one. Get this right. Could very well punch a ticket to the win.
Cheers, Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan.
Christchurch.
You know what? I'm still thinking Sarah Tinkler.
I wouldn't put it past her. Big shot.
Have a splat, man.
Missed it. Oh.
Too much
And he moved it.
rail.
And he moved it closer. I thought it was going to be a combo there.
Yeah, you got the rail too early.
Okay. What do you do now? No one's swearing, are they? Mind the language. No one's sworn, have they?
Not that I know of.
Oh, okay. Not quite.
Oh, there she is.
Darn it.
How are we doing there, horse? Well, we're 4 each and we're both
G'day, Tyler.
not really needing the rest of the seats, so we're doing pretty well.
I don't. What did we say? I don't think we said anything.
He's taking the mic. Don't even listen. Don't read.
No, don't read. I see what you've done there.
Yeah.
Don't read into it.
Move a bunch of
Yes,
them. Oh, he got it. I didn't think he was going for a pot.
Now, 3 off the cush, off the 9. Move that 9 down.
Yeah, but don't pot it.
I don't think you will pot it, but you just want to swap it. You just need to swap it.
Do a wee swapsies. But, geez, I tell you what, he'd be maybe a bit nervous of potting this ball.
But I think you play your cue ball out, so there's no way that you're snookered regardless. So you're still going to be on the 1 or the 5.
I mean, the angle's deceiving. He's not even looking at it.
He was having a wee peek, but I don't think he likes it. Super Tech. Who the hell's Super? Ooh, who's Super
This is a
Tech?
very dicey shot.
We had Super Tech commenting in the ladies too, so
I really like. I like the gumption, but Jesus is tight.
that's a
I
great
thought
shot.
he was going for the plant, but that's actually an even better shot.
This 15 needs to go over the corner. Needs to go over the corner where the 3 and the black are.
Agreed.
Give yourself a little bit of time if they make a mistake.
You give yourself a chance. I think that's your chance. I don't think there's even. You don't even look at anything else really. You could try to put the 13 between the 1 and the 5 and leave it ugly, but you'll still leave the 1 on. I don't look at that. Unless you're looking to play an attacking shot, don't look at it.
No.
He's not trying to double this, is he?
Is he trying to get them both out? No, the 3's on, so you can't. He's just putting the 13 on the 1, but then a free ball, isn't it?
No, he's fluffed it. He was trying to stick it on the 1 to make it hard, but he's just got his lines all mixed up.
I think Steve has a crack here.
Yeah.
Do you think he does, or do you just pot the 1 then jobble the 3?
No, I think he tries to
All
finish
depends.
this.
All depends how easy that 3 is, and by the looks of things over here, is you've got a big chance of potting that. You only have to be middle of the table when you're on that 3.
Yeah, the black is not as much of a hindrance as you may think.
No.
It looks like
It looks
it's in the
awkward
way,
from
but
here.
it's not.
He just doesn't want to catch this 13 too much. He doesn't want to catch this 13 too much. He's going to hit it a lot, but it's just what happens. Pretty good.
That's
Yucky, but good.
closer, but you'd hit this quite fine.
Very
wouldn't
fine,
you?
check it up.
If you hit it fat, then you run the risk of
Going
running
towards the
onto
middle.
the rail
Yep.
or into the middle pocket.
Hit it fine, let the cue ball run with a little bit of side.
You really want to be aiming pretty much for the middle of the table here, or just slightly towards the middle pocket top of your screen.
Oh, you need to be off angle. You want to be off angle so you can drop the 3 in and... Oh, where's he going?
Take 2 rails, okay.
I think it's good. I can't
Chris
see.
likes it. Just has to.
Oh, that's absolutely perfect.
What do you reckon? Run through or screw back? Put the black in the same pocket. It's
Run
almost
through,
dead
run through,
straight.
run
so,
through.
I mean, we're not even playing the shot. We're trying to tell him how to play
Oh,
it.
he's screwing back. This is a big shot. Biggest shot of the day, this. Oh, he played a stun run.
Stun and run. And
He
he's
tricked
pretty
us.
much bang on the black.
He tricked us all. I thought follow through.
Sarah,
but-
before this game finishes, we're sorry. Now, this for the cheater. Does he go middle or corner?
Middle, mate. Middle any day. Just
Middle and
watch that
screw off
9.
into the white rail.
Just soft screw. Don't want this black to bounce out. You don't want it to give it a chance to back out. Back out, even bounce out.
Now, how's your killing? How's your palms? How's your
How's
grip?
the pressure? Chris is ready. Chris is pumped.
For the title, he got it!
I love it. Well done.
Chris, Gary, Stevie, Denton, 5 frames to 4. What a final!
Okay, I'm going to leave you guys because I want to go congratulate the winners and the runner-up. But thank you for commentating with me, John. I've
Thank
had a
you
great
for joining
afternoon.
me.
No, my
Also,
pleasure.
congratulations on winning the flight.
Thank you very much. I had a good day. I had fun.
But
Okay.
there, as you saw it, folks, 5-4, Steve Denton, Chris Geary over Andrew Hickey and Greg Hammond. What a final, though. They
Okay.
always are when they go to 9 frames, but that had just about everything in it that you could ever want.
Indeed. Okay, thank you very much, guys. Have a good one. And girls, obviously.
And those who don't identify with a gender,
Congratulations, Steve and Chris. Commiserations, Andy Hickey and Greg Hammond.
so do stay tuned. We will have the prize giving.
Ready on the prize giving?
So don't, if you want to see your favourite parent get their prizes, then stay on. If you want to live through a bit of the revelry that is poll, then stay on. I'm just going to go and congratulate those involved, and I'll be straight back.
Clubs New Zealand Open Pairs South Island 2022. A few people we have to thank first. We have to thank our sponsors, Paul Renwick Joinery, The Molly Shop, Mitre 10 Need More Firewood, and Core Ultra Fit Outs, Austin Barrier Supplies, Pete's Painting, Fitzgerald Motors, OnQ, Christchurch Accountancy and Tax Services, and DJ Purdon Builders. So thanks to them for helping us with this tournament. We want to thank the club and all the staff who have been brilliant, helping with the food in the bar and things. We want to thank the live streaming people. Last time I looked, there were 156 people live streaming. We'd like to thank Control. Tracy's done an amazing job, and her helpers over there keeping everything going. We would like to thank all the referees that have been here today and yesterday for this tournament. We'd like to acknowledge the tournament committee, the people who are doing the tea and coffee and clearing all the glasses and bottles away, the drivers, the information table selling all the raffle tickets and just helping people if they can. And all the committee, if they'll put their hands up, just so that we know who they are. Come on, Julie. Come on, Claire. It's been a lot of work getting this tournament underway, and it's been great. So, now we would like to get on with the prize giving. So first up, we have Open Pairs Trophy Fights runner-up, which is Peter Wilson and Mark Harrison. Has Peter gone home? It's okay. So we have the Open Pairs Trophy Fight winners, Adam Lapetia and Lloyd Threads. Simon, who are the winners? Thank you, well done. We have medals for the last 16 in the trophy event, so just call out your names if you're here, would you like to come and get them? There's no money in this one. Lion and Warren Warapipo, Des and Tony Blair, Grace McKenzie. Take your dad's one.
He's here, he's talking, honey.
No, just a medal.
Come on over here now.
You can tell your mum you've got a medal too. Just a medal. A medal. You're going to turn around for the camera.
No speech.
So the next ones are Corey and Larissa Reid. We're going. Marty, Garrick and Harry McCord. I think they've gone as well. Donald Sinclair and Christine Cameron, are they here? No. Sean Hope and Blue Thomas. Sean Hope here? No? I'll catch up with them tomorrow. Shane Greer and Jeff Cohen, sorry. No, okay, we get on with this again. So the Open Pairs Trophy event, quick, fifth equal. We have Rory and Sean McShay. Good. We also have Perry Williams and Willie Takau. Who else do we have? We have Jason Purdon and Tristan Matheson. They've already gone. We're going to win this. And Perry, who else? Neil Bowman and Cameron Bowman, and they've collected theirs as well. Okay, third in the Open Pairs Trophy event is Trevor Black and Shannon Black.
Good work, you Blackie.
Am I getting the photo?
Look small, Shannon.
Then we have the Open Pairs Trophy event runners-up, which is Damon Toppy and Phil Broom. Please excuse my pronunciation.
You got mine right.
Oh, cool. Thank you. Sorry. Then we're on to Open Pairs Trophy event winners, Craig Roberts and Luke Hammond. Would you like to take this? You've got to give them half the money. You've got to give them half the money. Open Pairs Championship flight, third equal. We have Richie Whitty and Paul Hinch. And also, Sheila Hayes wants to come up and get hers at the same time. Her father's already got his. Nobody's skis. Somebody's having a birthday today.
Big 5-0!
Do you want your money? Richie, is this for us?
Like cutting him all day.
Now we're on to Open Pairs Championship flight. The runners-up, Johnny Mattingly and Malcolm Allen. Well done. Well done. Oh, good ceremony. Open Pairs Championship flight winners, we have Daniel Cole and Peter Agnew. Well done. Well done.
Who got the jig? I got it. I'll follow.
Okay, Open Peers Championship last 16, Kerry Works and Celia Mason. Not here. Cool. Peter Ashton and Des Young. Shane Stewart and Nick Curtis. Still on the last 16, we've got Sam Hopkinson and Ricky Hopkinson. Is Sam here? Sam Hopkinson? We've got Adam Shaw and Mike Hayes. Meyer. Sorry.
It's my bad printing.
They're gone?
Yeah.
Jojo Coleman and Joseph Megan. Magoon. Glenn Spears and Bryce Johnson. Claire Shanahan and Tim Shanahan. I think they're here. Are they here? You see them? We have Open Peers Championship 5th equal, Adam Lilly and Brent Faria. Open Peers 5th equal, Adam Chapman and Josh Lindler. Is Adam Chapman here? We have 5th equal, Brendan Nick and Mike Bowen. Oh, Adam is here. Sorry. That's Adam. Right. Is your partner not here? You share it with him nicely? Can you take us in? So we have Brendan, Nick, and Mike Bowen.
You sure do.
Glorians, Cherbo!
So here's what they call EC Benelli and JT Benelli. They're gone. Open Peers Championship, 3rd equal, Jordan May and Matt Fisher. Runners up are Andy Hickey and Greg Hammond.
Well, I don't really know quite what to say. This is definitely happened to us. Well,
Quiet, please.
just thanks to the Hornby Club, awesome. The ladies that run it, and the toilet players, pretty cool. To Steve and Chris, all played. Next time, thank you very much. Cheers, guys.
So, the last one to be presented tonight is Open Pairs Championship winners, Steve Denton and Chris Geary. We've just hit this trip in pairs. One of these is just going to sing wrong today. So this
That's enough, thank you. I'd just like to thank everybody who stayed and watched, because it wouldn't be a final if we didn't have a crowd. Thank you to Pauline and your team, the Hornby Club, everyone, the bar, the restaurant, cleaners, everything. Thank you. Really good tournament. Run really smoothly. Tracy on control table, thank you. Yeah, everyone we played, I don't think we had an easy match. I don't know. Most of them went all the way. It was a crazy day, so thank you. Well done to Greg and Andy. It's a great effort. You guys are playing really well. It was a great final. Could have gone either way. And last but not least, I just want to thank this machine here. It's been an animal all day. So thank you so much, fella. Cheers.
Yeah, I want to say the same. Thanks to the guys for the final. It was really cool. You know, great effort. You pushed us all the way for good reason. You're good players, and that was the hardest day of pool I can remember in a long time. Just so many tough pairs. It's hard to believe that we managed to make it to the final, and then beating down as well. But thanks to Chris, who was keeping me focused, and we came through. So. Thanks for all the support, it's been awesome. The club, organisers, and here's to the singles.
So the last thing that I wanted to say tonight before we go is we're all thinking of people who have had to pull out due to illness, and they knew they were looking forward to being here and they are being missed, and I hope they're watching it from home. But thank you, and we'll see you all tomorrow, hopefully.